new world. You know, because you know.
57, report to hired engineer and, oh, sorry, not that one. It's the 20-37, the bid award summary. It's the Valley Engineering report. I think it's 20-50. I'll just confirm that.
We'll get a confirmation from staff, but and we're going to pull consent item CAO 20-27. We'll deal with that after deputations. Report CS 20-37. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the agenda as amended? Councillor Rabbits, Councillor Michelli, all those in favor? And that's carried. Okay. The other consent item is fine. And we'll move along to our first, a motion to approve the second consent item. My apologies. Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay. We'll move right along to presentations. Our first presentation is Haldeman. Yes, sorry.
Yes, I declare potential pecuniary interest in the above noted item, and that is with respect to CS 20-36, item 6F. I am an owner of residential tenant units within Norfolk County whereby tenants are responsible for payment of all utilities, including water and wastewater. I will refrain from discussion and voting on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to declare a pecuniary interest on item, the staff report, item M on our agenda, PW 25-7.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, seeing nothing further, we will, third time's the charm, move along to our presentations. Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, the 2019 audited statement, and Matt Bowen, CEO of the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, will present the audited statements. Matt, whenever you're ready. Can you hear us, Matt? Okay, I think you're on mute there, but whenever you're ready, we're ready for you. Sorry, you're still muted. We're not sure if it's your end or our end there, but there might be a little microphone on your screen. You just want to...
How's that?
Perfect. Take it away.
Great. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor, councilors and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present before you today. I'm happy to share our annual report and the audited financial statements for the fiscal year 2019. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the staff of the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation for their hard work and commitment, as well as the board of directors for their unwavering leadership and support. Councillor Rabbits is here today and a board member, so I'd like to take the opportunity to thank him personally. The Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation is the largest provider of community housing in Haldeman and Norfolk, celebrating over 45 years of dedicated, high-quality service to our communities. Throughout 2019, our focus was to transform our service delivery model so that not only are we aligning to the modernization process that's occurring across the housing sector, but also to remain relevant, responsive, and cost-effective to the citizens we so proudly serve. Momentum is building. We've collaborated and reestablished past relationships while building new strategic partnerships that will move the needle on ensuring our residents are well-connected and well-positioned to integrate seamlessly with the broader community. A growing need exists for more affordable housing, and we see our role to lead and champion this very critical and necessary work. We've taken the necessary steps to facilitate the delivery of critical business documents, like our county-funded strategic and asset management plans, our energy audits, building conditioning assessments, all while updating our master regeneration plan so the economic viability of our organization remains strong and deeply rooted in the community for the next 45 years. And lastly, I'm proud of the incredible team of caring and committed individuals at HNHC. Our focus and ability to engage, collaborate, and reconnect with our residents has been a key step in building their trust so that collectively we can move ahead together, shaping the future of community housing. Next slide, moving into the finances, the financial year in review. Thank you. On the revenue side, rent revenues make up 50% of the annual revenue, followed by our municipal subsidy at 43%. Other revenues at 5% consists of sundry items like property management fees of the 4 nonprofit organizations that we manage, in addition to laundry revenues and air conditioning revenues. Provincial and federal funding accounts for about 2% to the total of just over $3,570,000. Next slide. On the next slide, you can see the expenses for the year. Maintenance and repairs accounted for 19%. Our capital repairs, 18%. Utilities, 12%. Salaries, wages, and on-call, 22%. Property taxes, 12%. Insurance, 3%. Benefits and pension, 7%. And administration at 7%, for a total of $3,521,397. Next slide. In terms of the capital breakdown, where our money was spent, our benchmark is to spend 40% of the funding in Haldimand County and 60% in Norfolk County, and that number reflects the percentage or the split of units in each county. We achieved the goal of spending 60% of the capital budget in Norfolk County. In our capital breakdown, you can see that we received $625,000 for our capital allocation. And we also received a small amount from the Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative, otherwise known as OFI, which accounted for 1%. The majority of OFI funding, because there was more landed in 2020 and will be reported on in the 2020 annual report. So you'll see that number grow significantly. We categorized our capital jobs into 3 main categories. Sorry, yeah, one more quick second there. 65% of all jobs were building element renewal related to maintaining the actual structure of buildings. And as part of our energy saving initiative, we directed $127,000, just over 21% of our capital budget on projects focused on energy consumption reduction. Projects included converting electric systems for heating in our buildings to natural gas. 14% of our budget was spent to remediate work, specifically type 2 asbestos and flooring replacements. And most of that flooring is from legacy housing projects. So we developed and have been following a robust asset management remediation plan. Some of the projects that were successfully completed, there were 16 in total in 2019. Some of the ones in Norfolk County, makeup air replacement units at Scott Avenue and Simcoe, boiler replacements in Delhi at 54 William, roof replacements in Port Dover at 219 Reach and Ave, as well as 243 Western in Delhi. And one of the big ones, the modernization of our building automation system that was countywide. And again, those asbestos flooring replacements. Next slide, please. So how we compared to 2018, I know that this is something historically that council likes to see. So we've included a comparison on the 2019 financial picture along with the 2018. So if you look to the right, you'll see some arrows, and you can see to the right of the breakdown, the ups and downs or the drivers and vulnerabilities. Rent revenues up 4.1% in 2019, and this can be attributed to a lower number of move-outs, lower vacancy time, and increased rental rates. Other revenues, that 88.8%, a big number I recognize. As I mentioned earlier, this is as a result of the sundry revenues. So 65% of that 88% increase is a result of the property management fees that we receive, in addition to the other sundry items like laundry and air conditioning. Our municipal subsidy rose 3.2%, but our provincial and federal allocation fell 10.6%. Our total revenue was up 5.8% in 2019. On the expense side, maintenance and repairs rose by 15.2%. This is one that's trending not only with HNHC, but across the province. And it's really as a result of unmet capital needs, in addition to rising building material costs and aging housing stock. As our homes and buildings get older, they cost more to maintain. All housing providers are really seeing this increase across the province. Utilities, down 1.4%. We believe that's directly related to the energy initiatives our team have undertaken, and these projects have allowed us to mitigate rising utility costs while doing our part to protect the environment. Capital projects, down slightly, 4%. The social housing improvement funding that was received in 2017 and 2018 accounts for some of that drop. And as I mentioned earlier, the majority of 2019-2020 OFI funding was received and hit our books in 2020. Salaries, wages, and on-call costs increased 8.7%. The driver here is HNHC received CHIPPY funding for 0.6 of an FTE. Subsequently, that funding was removed, so the Housing Corporation had to absorb those costs so that we could work through that bit of a vulnerability. And I can tell you that position was eliminated in 2020, so we were able to mitigate that. Benefits and pension increased by 3.8%, and we attribute that to the economic increase. Administration up 3.9%. This includes legal fees, our website development, our new strategic plan, our property management and CRM software, and other technology upgrades. Our municipal property taxes are up 0.9%, and insurance rose by 16.5%. Unfortunately, a trend across the province that we expect will continue moving forward. Total expenses up 4.5%. One of the highlights for us is the surplus position. We ended up in a $49,154 surplus, an increase from 2018, where the surplus was $5,694. We attribute this surplus to a few things. The increased rent, other revenue played a big part, but I think staff strategies to manage bad debt were critical here, and I think we've done an excellent job, whether it was collecting arrears or collecting on bad debt from former tenants. It's an area that the organization's done a lot of work in. So I can keep going, or I can answer any questions that folks have on the finances.
We're okay if you continue on, Matt. We can ask questions at the end. Thank you, though.
Okay. Thank you through you. Our strategic plan, in terms of outcomes, our strategic plan was one of the areas that we worked on in 2019, working collaboratively with staff, our board, stakeholders, and specifically CAOs from both counties to land on a robust plan that focuses on performance measurement, organizational leadership, and culture that will really help us move the needle in terms of the goals that we've identified for the next 7 years. Our core values are teamwork, trust, and respect. And the strategic priorities or areas that we're working on is the development of new affordable housing or building better homes, improving our resident satisfaction, empowering our staff to lead and succeed, achieving financial fitness, and ultimately strengthening our community. Our plan is a bit deliberate in its alignment with the strategic priorities of Norfolk, specifically Principle 6. We acknowledge a strong community is an accessible community where no one's left behind, and we will be active in advocacy and innovation thinking to address the needs of our vulnerable customers and residents. That's really an area that we're aligned with. Our plan not only aligns with Norfolk, but Haldimand County, and we're working together to achieve goals collectively. Next slide. Laying the groundwork for success, some of the outcomes for 2019. I've been with the organization now for 16 months. Time's just really flown by. In 2019, it was a half of a year, but really from the get-go, the board's vision in terms of creating that strategic plan, having a plan that's robust and measurable, that couldn't have happened without looking at the organization's culture and working with staff to understand what leadership looks like as opposed to traditional management styles, and collectively with leadership motivating our staff so they have the resources and tools and understand how to align to the collective vision so ultimately we can move it forward together. You might notice a bit of a new look to HNHC. We've modernized the new logo, new color scheme. We've aligned ourselves again. You'll see elements of both counties in our design and coloring scheme. We have a new website, a website that's interactive, that's available for residents to talk directly to us. When I joined the organization, and this is really a great story of collaboration with Heidi and Tricia Givens at the time and the communications department with Norfolk, but residents potentially looking to join Haldeman Norfolk wouldn't have an opportunity to view units. So we have an interactive website now that residents can use, a technology platform that served us well in the pandemic. They can view units, they can communicate with us. They don't necessarily have to drive to Simcoe, although they're welcome to. But it's just it's a technology advancement that we're really proud of. There's a latest news page on there where we update, provide information about the organization and next steps. And it's really a part of the broader resident engagement strategy that we had hoped to roll out really soon. And it's really about rebuilding that partnership with our residents. Some of the critical documents, we appreciate the funding for both counties on the asset management strategy. That's in process right now. In addition, we're updating the master regeneration plan, all key documents that are going to help guide us in the future. Next slide. Your local housing corporation. Just quickly, this is really important. I'd like to point out that HNHC is one of the province recognized local housing corporations. It's a great opportunity and group to be a part of. The housing corporation meets with the other housing corporations once monthly. And the housing corporations include City Housing Hamilton, Ottawa Community Housing, Toronto Community Housing, London Middlesex, Windsor Essex, Peterborough, Cornwall, and Kingston. So there's just a great group of people. And it's important to have access to these groups. Through that, we have access to the documents, the lessons learned, the best practices. We're all taking advantage of the experiences and dollars sent and sharing resources from many municipalities across the province. So we're really not in this alone. And when we talk about new affordable housing and regeneration, we're utilizing these best practices and learnings. An example of that is the social housing best practices on regeneration that was shared. So we're working together collectively to move the needle. In total, local housing corporations own to the tune of $15 billion in property assets. We make up 40% of all of the community and social housing that's available in this province. And that's almost 95,000 units. And we pay about $44 million in municipal property taxes as well. I think one of the most important things to note here is that the local housing corporations are Ontario's leading developers of affordable housing, with over $1 billion in new developments in 2018 right through to 2023. It's another example of where HNHC can have access to that group's collective experience, specifically in the new development world. Next slide. Last slide. So looking forward, some of the areas that we're focused on is continuous improvement and performance measurement. We want to tell the story with facts and evidence and data. I hear this a lot, but in the absence of evidence, it's just an opinion. So we want to come and tell the story with good information. We're preparing for end of operating agreements. Some of members of council might have heard Heidi's speech and report about the end of operating agreement. So we're preparing for that now proactively. We're collaborating with current and future partners and key stakeholders. We're a brick and mortar organization, not funded for supports, although our residents to live, to really live their greatest life at some point require, some level of support. So we want to partner with these organizations. There's great organizations in Norfolk and Haldeman, and we're developing good partnerships with them so that we can move the needle ahead. We're going to continue to finalize the documents, our key critical documents, our asset management strategy, and our master regeneration plan. And of course, we want to build and lead the development of new affordable housing in Norfolk. So thank you for the opportunity to present this information and report to you today. I'd be happy to answer any questions or discuss next steps.
Great, thank you. Questions from committee, Councillor Huffman and then Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you to Matt. Hi, Matt. A couple of things. One, I want to say what a great presentation. It was very easy to follow, and it really highlights great numbers, and it seems to be that there's a good collaboration between Norfolk and Haldeman. So thank you for that. Question, I know that 2020 isn't done yet, but 2019 was a positive year for the housing with the surplus there of about 45,000. Are you anticipating a surplus for 2020, or has COVID and everything else kind of put a damper on that?
Thank you, Councillor Hoffman, for the comments. I can tell you that we are in a favorable surplus position. I don't have, we have gone through the audited financial statements, and we are just sort of working off the book. So we do anticipate being in a favorable position, probably not as great as we were in 2019, but we do expect that.
That's good to hear. And another question for you. In terms of in the news lately with the rapid housing, does that play a part at all for the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, or is that a completely separate entity?
Again, thank you, Councillor Huffman. It does play it can play a part in Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. I have sent correspondence out to the leadership team, and I am working with Heidi Van Dyke actively right now. We're looking to secure lands that we could look at a rapid housing initiative development. So I would say that yes, there are some challenges, in terms of meeting the requirements of the funding, but we are working hard and diligently here behind the scenes to exhaust all of those options.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, Matt, I was very impressed with your presentation. Thank you. It's a good management report. My question is with respect to, it's almost weekly that we hear that there's a imminent shortage of housing across Ontario and perhaps Canada. And I'm just wondering, with respect to the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, what are the immediate plans? Do you have immediate plans to move on development of affordable housing in Norfolk in particular, and Haldeman? If you've got that information, that'd be helpful too.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. Yeah, we have a pretty aggressive plan. We, in addition to the asset management strategy that we're working on, we are concurrently working on the master regeneration plan. So we just submitted a business case for Haldeman and submitted it in draft form. And we're working again closely with Heidi. I'm having regular conversations. One of the challenges right now is the land that HNHC has, to move forward relatively quickly is in Port Dover, which is sort of a no-build zone right now. So, I'm working as hard as I can with the counties to identify potential lands that are available that would help expedite the development of new affordable housing. I know that there's a committee. I've been told. I spoke to Heidi about this. There's a committee on Norfolk side right now that is, I guess, putting together available lands. So I'm hoping to get that list as soon as possible to identify if there are possible lands, and if there's not, then we can move on, to the next step. But right now, we're really looking to partner with the county on what vacant available lands are suitable for the development of new affordable housing.
We always hear that there's federal and provincial money coming down the pipe for affordable housing. Is that the case? Does Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation know of any dollars that are immediately available for development?
Thank you, Councillor. There are pots of money. Right now we're working through the regeneration plan on the co-investment fund. That's a federal program. Folks might have heard of that. It's the co-investment fund. There's a renewal stream, which is for new development, and then there's a repair stream that's to help revitalize projects. We are working diligently behind the scenes. Again, our challenge is that we don't have land outside of Port Dover that we could mobilize a build. We do have our singles and semis, which we are still in the process of determining the asset classification on those to help, to help boost revenues to put into a project. But there are the rapid housing initiative that Councillor Huffman talked about is another example of funds that are available. So we're working through to build a business case to bring a development specifically in Norfolk. We know from a bunch of different data sets, specifically the county's 10-year housing and homelessness plan, that housing is needed. I am speaking to many partners within the community, Fanshawe College, NACL, Able Group, the list goes on and on. So we're sort of mobilizing the pieces behind the scenes, but for us, it's really about, we need that land identified so that we can put together a viable business plan to move this ahead.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Actually, what Councillor Columbus was going to ask is exactly what I was going to ask, so we're good.
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Matt. Matt, you said that the large reason for the year-over-year surplus was due to a more aggressive collection of back rent from tenants. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, to you, Councillor, that's one of the reasons we've, as a part of our Lean Six Sigma, our continuous improvement focus, we've been looking at the rent collection process. So there's times when residents leave units in different states of repair, and there's charges that go along with that. So yes, part of it is our ability to collect bad debt, which could be rent and other expenses that are owed on move out, in addition to monthly rental arrears, where a tenant might not be paying their rent.
And Matt, if I may, Madam Chair, Matt, so what was the most significant part of the difference in the approach from one year over the next in the collection of that bad debt?
Through you, Madam Chair, to you, Councillor, I really believe it's developing a consistent process. We also reorganized into a traditional property management model. I didn't speak to the reorganization that occurred. But again, I think just the attention to process, to looking at bad debts, how, we were charging off bad debts has made, really all the difference in the world. And you're going to see that trend into 2020 and into 2021.
Thank you, Matt.
Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, and through you, thank you, Matt, for your presentation and for your kind words. It is a pleasure to serve with you on the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. I think we're doing a lot of good work for our community. I was sad to hear recently that we've had our next Health and Social Services Advisory Board meeting canceled due to a lack of reports. I suspect it may be due to COVID-19 as well, and some redeployment of county staff and county resources. At that meeting, I was intending to discuss our community safety and well-being plan, but I was also hoping to talk about some Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation business. Specifically, I was hoping for an update on our shareholders agreement. It's a really crucial agreement that we need to have in place. I'm hoping it's going to be a standing item for an update until it can come to fruition. Right now, we're currently scheduled to have this meeting on November 26th. I'm hoping it's not going to be postponed or canceled, but I was just wondering if you had an update for us as to, have you heard anything about this meeting being canceled again, and maybe you could just speak to the importance of having a shareholders meeting in place, from your perspective as the CEO of the board.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Rabbits, absolutely. I can tell you that actually Heidi Van Dyke, the Director of Housing and Social Services, did email me a copy of the draft report that's intended to go at the November 26th date. I am working on it with a timeline to get it back to Heidi on Friday. So that, that's good news. I haven't heard that it could be postponed or canceled. So I'm going off that assumption. In terms of the shareholder agreement, it's absolutely critical. It's one of those documents that really guides and provides the framework for how we can build and engage in new affordable housing. The business functions of the corporation are really spelled out, in those articles. So, for me, we've been at this for 16 months now. So I'm really excited. And I know the board's excited, and I know Haldeman County, everybody involved really excited to kind of get this to a place where we can sign it, because for us, there's, our ability to sell assets, to dispose of assets, to engage in different levels of business are impacted when we don't have this in place. So we're, a little bit in limbo without it. So it's absolutely critical.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, if I may, thank you for sharing your perspective and your concern with that regard, Matt. The next opportunity that we are going to have a Health and Social Services Advisory Board meeting actually be December the 17th. So, hopefully we're going to have the shareholders meeting go ahead as planned. Otherwise, I will not have an opportunity to broach that subject until December the 17th. Also, during that meeting that's been moved to the 17th of December, I was also hoping to have a staff update regarding housing asset management. The Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation has undergone an asset management classification exercise, and our team at Norfolk County, led by Heidi and Marlene, they've been hard at work advancing the business of providing housing to our most vulnerable citizens, of course in partnership with the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. I really do believe we're at the cusp of creating new housing stock in our communities, and I believe that our asset management strategy is going to be the linchpin in this endeavor. From your perspective, Matt, what are the timelines in getting singles and semis potentially sold, advancing that business of asset management? Do you have any concerns about not having potential, an update until December 17th? I'm asking you a long-winded question here, but I'm hoping you'll have a few bullet points in your response. Really what I want to drill down to is the fact that we have redeployed staff in Norfolk County. And I worry that an important endeavor such as asset management could potentially take a back seat to COVID-19 and the redeployment of staff, and we could see the regeneration providing more housing in our communities take a back burner to the pandemic. And if we're having staff redeployed at Norfolk County, perhaps the Housing Corporation, which isn't in a similar position, I don't believe we have redeployed staff at Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. We're running full tilt. And again, we're in sort of a limbo situation with regards to regeneration and asset management. Perhaps there's some heavy lifting the Housing Corporation could offer to help offset the capacity and limitations that we have with health and social services. If our housing teams redeployed, what sorts of services do you believe the Housing Corporation could offer to do some heavy lifting to help us out during this pandemic?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Madam Chair. That's a great question. There is great capacity within this organization. One of the benefits of a local housing corporation, is our nimbleness, our ability, to respond and to react. So to your question, Councillor, just on this leadership team alone, there's over 100 years of experience in social housing. The Housing Corporation used to manage the centralized wait list, and I know that was, taken back out. But I guess I would love to have a conversation, with Heidi, if there are roles that the Housing Corporation can play to support the division throughout this pandemic. We would welcome that opportunity with open arms. All of our staff, as you mentioned, are still here, socially distanced. We are working extremely hard, and you're right. The asset management classification is really that linchpin. We have to take that step to understand where we're going. So, it's great having two counties, and there's processes. So we're usually stalled in terms of the processes. Reports go to Health and Social Services Committee first, and then they move into the appropriate councils. So any way that we could streamline the process or be part of helping the Housing Services Division free up some time to keep this work going, we would certainly welcome that opportunity and sit down to have that conversation, because you're right. People are being impacted, and everybody knows that affordable housing is needed within the community, and we really want to do our part, and we really don't want to just be seen as another housing provider. we're an arm of the municipality, and we have great nimbleness and great resources here. So please, call on us to help support that short-term bottleneck that's occurring.
Any further questions? Okay, I have one for you, Matt. So besides identifying lands, which you've already mentioned, what's helpful to you in assisting or developing a plan for more affordable community-based housing? What else would you look for council to assist you with?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think the biggest thing is a coordinated effort, right? Like, it sounds like everywhere I go and everybody I talk to recognizes the immediate need for affordable housing, but I think we could do a better job coordinating the effort. So, for example, if there was a small task force made up of different city departments, the land team that's out there, HNHC isn't a part of that. So, however we can be incorporated and integrated into the Norfolk system so that, we can help as opposed to just sort of sitting back and waiting. We're willing to take that leadership role in areas that we can. So to your question, if there was some type of coordinated team, multi or cross-sectional departmental team that could meet with standing agendas and some type of milestone timeline, then we could certainly work through the challenges, much like a sort of a gated approach. Let's get to gate 1 and see if it opens, and if it opens, let's move to gate 2. But do that collectively so that we're truly working together.
Thank you. My second and last question for you. Earlier, when you were discussing some of the variances in the budget, you mentioned the CHIPPY funding for 0.6 of an FTE was, I believe you said, removed. How does that happen? Was that granted and then it didn't develop, or what does that look like?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. So that was a provincial funding allocation that was given, and the 0.6 of an FTE was for a community relations worker or somebody that would help tenants navigate on sort of the social side of housing. So that funding was replaced or removed from the Housing Corporation, and I believe at that point there was a report through a consulting agency that recommended that the internal wait list and the centralized wait list be removed from the Housing Corporation back into the county, so the funding was reallocated, and at that point we couldn't sustain that position. So as a part of our reorganization, that position was eliminated.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we have 3 shareholder resolutions starting on page 152 of the agenda, and I think it's being recommended that we go through them one at a time. So page 152 is the first, and it is the resolution to accept the 2019 statements. Does someone wish to move that? Councillor Taylor, seconded by Mayor Chop, and all in favor? And that's carried. The second one on page 153, appointment of an auditor for 2020. Mover, Councillor Columbus, Councillor Rabbits, all in favor? Carried. And the third is the appointment to the HNHC board. Mover, Councillor Rabbits, seconded by Councillor Michelli, all those in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you, Matt. I guess I have 2 follow-up questions, maybe to Mr. Burgess. Would you be able to comment on a timeline, if you're aware, about the, Matt mentioned a task force identifying lands, and then my second comment would be, he also mentioned a cross-sectional team, a task force with varying departments. Do you have any comments or suggestions?
The task force on surplus land was a development out of last year's budget where in the budget and in our financial forecast, we need to raise about $7 million from surplus lands to reduce our total debt borrowings that's forecasted over the next 5 years. So that committee is up and running. It is a cross-functional team. There's a meeting next week on that one. At any point in time, any of the lands that are identified as potentially surplus, council can certainly decide to use that for affordable housing or direct a sale to the Housing Corporation. So that committee's at early stages. I might get the numbers wrong, but I think they've identified 538 properties that are owned by Norfolk County. And then they're going through a process to whittle down what can be actually developed or sold. And sorry, the second was a cross-functional team for, I can't remember what the,
I think just to assist in working interdepartmentally to advance housing projects.
okay, thank you. So there is a cross-functional team set up for, currently with the Simcoe issue. Housing is part of that issue. It's more around the side of emergency housing, which is really not the Housing Corporation's issue. But I know with regards to housing and affordable housing is always on the hit list when we're looking at either land issues or land issues is really where it comes up the most. But we have no problem working with Matt and his team on looking at other ways to gain some synergies, whether it's procurement or whether it's asset management. I know that discussion had come up with Councillor Rabbit, so not an issue there.
Okay, thank you. So just to be clear, the surplus lands, that's coming to council. That's not anything that's going directly to Matt, so council will take that initiative up to, okay, make any referrals. Thank you. Councillor Columbus?
Just to the CAO, thank you. Could surplus land that's owned by the county or even Haldeman County, I guess, can it be gifted to the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation?
Through the chair, yes, you can transfer land to the Housing Corporation. The Housing Corporation, we're the majority shareholder at this point in time. So there can be transfers for that, or you could do sales for $1 or whatever.
Okay, moving on to deputations. Reminder to the deputations, you have 5 minutes in total, and I will try to remind you when you have about 1 minute remaining. And if you could please leave your microphone on mute when you are not speaking, that would be best. First up, we have Paul Murphy concerning irregularities at 22 College Ave in Port Rowan. Mr. Murphy, are you on the line?
Deputy Mayor, I'm Chris Nunn, the lawyer for Mr. Murphy.
Okay, 5 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 1 minute remaining.
All right, thank you. So I'm the lawyer for Paul Murphy and Ivan Krusco. They own a property at 22 College Avenue in Port Rowan. It's a mini storage facility. To give you a little bit of background, they purchased this facility back in 2012. At that time, it was a fully completed structure. And they proceeded with their business. And after the closing of the transaction, Mr. Murphy was actually added to title in 2016, but they're the two principals of that business. In 2015, so things went on as normal. In 2015, they decided to install a 10 kilowatt solar panel, a project of sorts at the property. So they took out a permit with Norfolk County, and the solar panel was approved, and they continued with their business. The actual impact assessment for that solar panel was completed in 2018 in the fall time, and that's when the issues arose that we're presenting to you now. In 2018, when the impact assessor communicated with Mr. Murphy, she had told him that he had improperly constructed the actual mini storage building. And this was a surprise to Mr. Murphy because the building had been approved and constructed by the prior owners back in 2006. There was a reassessment of the property done after that impact person attended, and the taxes, the realty taxes for the property skyrocketed. There was some communications back and forth between Mr. Murphy and Norfolk County Tax Department, and he was subsequently referred to MPAC to challenge the assessment that was done. The surprise is that MPAC was sent a blueprint for a building that is completely different than what is on this property. And so just to give you some of the background going back in time, in 2006, prior owners put up this building. There was no permit taken out at that time or issued by Norfolk County. The permit was actually issued just prior to my client purchasing in 2012. So in 2006, MPAC was not notified of a completed building on the property, so the taxes remained at the lower level. In 2012, the county scrambled to put a permit in place for this building. Our purchase closed in May in 2012, but in the weeks prior to that, there were inspections done by Norfolk County inspectors. Shortly after that, a building permit was issued. So not in the proper chronological order. A permit was issued in a rush. It wasn't signed by the owners of the property. And then an occupancy permit was issued a few days later. So, pardon me, 1 day later. At that time, again, just as it had not done in 2006, Norfolk County did not notify MPAC that there was a completed structure on the property. The end result of all this is that my client was, the demand was made of him in 2018 to pay back taxes for a structure that doesn't exist on this property, and to also pay a higher rate than the existing building warrants. He's been in communications with Norfolk County on multiple occasions, and now we're coming before council to see if there can be a remedy of this situation and a correction of what was done, the errors and omissions that occurred back in 2006 and again in 2012. If there are any questions, I can provide some further clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Nunn. Are there any questions to the deputation? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Mr. Nunn, thank you very much for your deputation today. I understand that there were some other, what you would describe as perhaps some procedural errors that may have occurred as a result of the county. Would you be able to elaborate on a couple of those?
Absolutely. So in 2006, there were communications about a site plan for that property. A site plan, of course, would be required because of the commercial nature. There were some charges of some type incurred with Norfolk County. We have written materials that show that some payment was made to the county, I presume for a permit and also for plumbing. And plumbing isn't required because there aren't any plumbing facilities at this property. So that was the first instance back in 2006 where a permit should have been taken, but it wasn't. There was some oversight by someone. And then in 2012, when the issue could have been corrected, they sort of, I don't want to say panic, but it was a rushed process to try to piece it together. So again, we buy in May. In April, within a span of a week, there's multiple emails, communications with the building department for Norfolk, that there were inspections done on a finished building. And then there was these were interim inspections. And then after that, instead of before it, they issue a building permit. So the order was obviously not correct. The building permit should have been issued before there were any inspections. Then 1 day later, there's an occupancy permit. So it's very suspect how it was done. And there's another thing, as far as procedural was concerned, back in 2007, there was an electrical inspection taken out, which would suggest that there's a finished building there. And then Norfolk County required further clarification about that electrical inspection only in 2012. So it wasn't addressed when it should have been back in 2006 when there was a completed structure.
Thank you, Mr. Nunn, and also, Madam Chair, thank you through you. When that electrical work was done, was there any documentation by the previous owners on any of those permits?
So, through the chair, Councillor, there was the original approval put in place in 2007, so they went through the proper process. And so that should have been identified in Norfolk County's records, but it wasn't. So in 2012, when everything was trying to be pieced together, Norfolk County made another request of the owners at the time to provide evidence of the electrical approval, even though it had been done 5 years prior. So we provided, or the prior owners rather, provided Norfolk County at that time with engineers' records and other things that would suggest the electrical and other components of the building were already completed. The other thing, just while I remember it, back in 2006, there was also a site-specific zoning amendment done that specifically allowed for this mini storage facility to be put on that property. So all the pieces had been identified in 2006, but for whatever reason, Norfolk County did not get those taxes, get the process started to get the taxes reassessed.
Thank you, Mr. Nunn. That's all I have for now.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Nunn. The current building that's sitting there at this time, what is the market value assessment of it based on impact?
The impact assessment,
Yes.
we suspect around $285,000.
Okay, and is that the building that sits there, or is that what was based on, that came off that blueprint that you spoke about earlier?
There was a second assessment done because Mr. Murphy identified to impact, you're looking at blueprints for a structure that doesn't exist on this property. The blueprints that were received and provided by Norfolk County show one door. This facility actually has 40 doors. It showed reference to washrooms, men and women's washrooms. There are no plumbing facilities at this mini storage. So I assume that the current assessment, once it was corrected, is based upon the existing structure, not upon the structure that was originally assumed to be on the property.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here's my comments on this. In terms of when your client purchased the building in 2012, he did so as if anybody that's buying a building, I followed along this story for a while now, you know, one of the first things you ask the real estate agent is, what are the taxes on the building? So you make your decision to buy a business, you know, you figure out what your costs are going to be in operating that business, and one of the key components would obviously be the property taxes that you're going to pay. So through no fault of his own, and the fact that Norfolk County was aware prior to 2012 of this structure, this is where I struggle. That when you get a new assessment in 2018, that's fine, they've got everything up to date. I too struggle with how somebody in an MPAC assessment for a period that they weren't responsible for because they didn't build the building illegally, somebody else built the building without a permit. So could you just clarify that for council again, that none of the structures that were on there were built by Mr. Murphy, and that the first time that MPAC assessed that property was up in 2018. So Mr. Murphy is willing to accept, if I'm not mistaken, the MPAC assessment from the point that it was corrected from 2018 onwards.
You are correct, Mayor Chop. The period that we have an issue with is 2016, 17, and a portion of 2018. To clarify, he did not build the building that was on there. That was a completed structure from 2006 was not identified in 2006 or 12 by the assessment.
Any further questions to the deputation? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's one of these complicated stories, so I just want to see if I have it straight in my mind, and maybe Mr. Nunn can help me out. There seems that there was some magical paperwork showed up in between the time that the offer of purchase and sale was signed and the deal closed, but that's not the issue that your client is discussing. The only issue that they have is that the plans that were sent by Norfolk County to MPAC that they used to put the assessment on were the wrong plans for a building that didn't exist. And then Mr. Murphy was sent a bill to pay retroactive taxes on something that wasn't there. And he's not asking to waive taxes for the building that is there. He's not asking to waive anything. He just wants to pay the right amount. And is that pretty well the summary I'm getting here, or am I missing something?
No, you're not missing anything. It's a comedy of errors, I guess, and he's certainly willing to pay the appropriate amount. He's not willing to pay taxes at a premium based on a series of mistakes, none of which were his responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from committee? Okay, Ms. Bootis, I think we were going to speak with you later on about this. Sure.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to confirm that it is my advice that prior to making any decisions, you should have an in-camera session with me about it, that's all.
Fair enough. Councillor Marcelli, do you want to speak to that a little bit, or?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I'm happy that Councillor Van Passen did ask for that brief summary, because that I have also been communicating with Mr. Murphy on this matter for some time, and I do believe that encapsulates what appears to me to be the situation for Mr. Murphy. I think through a series of errors by the county and some of our staff, and for whatever reason, I do think that he went into this with all the good intentions and good faith of someone purchasing a property to run a business on, and then this sort of series of unfortunate errors occurred and got all the way up to the MPAC assessment. So I do acknowledge that there have been some errors, but I do think the bottom line is the MPAC assessment primarily was given to him unfairly and inaccurately, but I do agree that I know that it may be prudent for council to hear from our solicitor in a closed session just to discuss this further and to get her point of view on this matter.
So you want to move that as a motion to seek some?
Yes, I do. I'm hoping the clerk can put that together for me.
Through you, Chair Martin, something to the degree that council, sorry, I'm too used to dealing with council, that committee request a closed session to receive advice from the county solicitor, and we would put it on the agenda under the LPAT matter later tonight.
Okay, and then we will just report back to Mr. Murphy after that. Is there a seconder for closed session? Councillor Columbus? And we're all in favor of that? Okay, we will do that. So Mr. Murphy, we will touch base, or Mr. Nunn, we will touch base with you. I believe the clerk will when we report coming out of closed session. Thank you very much for coming. The next deputation is Lee Robinson. Sorry, Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Just again, the technical thing for the clerk. Do we have to receive this as the deputation as information now and then carry on, or do we do that all at once later?
Sure, you can receive it as information now.
We can do it after as well? Like, we don't have
Sure,
to do it?
we can do it after the closed session as well.
All right. Okay, moving on. Lee Robinson, Internet in Bill's Corner. Lee, are you in the meeting?
I am here.
Okay, 5 minutes. I'll let you know when you have one remaining.
Perfect. I'm just hoping that somebody's able to put up my presentation for me. So I'm here, good afternoon. I am here to ask for a request for a resolution. My name is Lee Robinson. I live in Bill's Corners, and I live in the Bill's Corners that does not have the apostrophe. So we are located at Cockshut and the 6th Concession Townsend. We're asking for a resolution from Norfolk County's in support of our request to be included in the SWIFT Rural Internet Servicing Program that's currently ongoing. As council is likely aware, there is very much a huge investment taking place in the Waterford area with respect to getting servicing going forward to that. So we have just a little bit of background. SWIFT has been successful in obtaining funding to bring internet in the rural areas. It's a great program, and I'm pleased to see that it's going forward. The northeastern portion of Norfolk County that's included in the current funding opportunity is Waterford, Wilsonville, Villanova, Townsend Center, Bealton, Dundurn, and Boston and Bloomsburg. You will note that that Bill's Corners is in fact not included in this area. You will see on the map that the map that's been provided is actually the outline that SWIFT has provided on their website for where the program is currently going to be. It doesn't appear that it's in color, so I'm not sure if you can see that, but the clerk does have the original in color, and it does very clearly indicate that Bill's Corners is being omitted from that. So the summary of our concerns is that Bill's Corners has been omitted from the high-speed internet servicing. We have limited access to and only have a single provider. Bell has no room on their towers. Silo has been bought out by ExploreNet, and ExploreNet service is absolutely unacceptable. If you recognize the background for the meeting that I'm currently speaking in, I'm speaking to you downstairs here in CAB. I am here because our internet is not sufficient to allow me to actually do Teams meetings without it dropping out consistently and continuously. On average, we lose internet connectivity for anywhere between 10 minutes and 2-3 hours on a daily basis. In addition to that, we were most recently out for almost 48 hours. It's been absolutely atrocious since ExploreNet took over. When we had the option of going with ExploreNet or Silo, we had great service. Silo, although not as fast as, say, somebody who lives in a city, it was reliable, we could count on it, and it would provide a consistent level of service. Ever since ExploreNet took over in August of this year, we have not been granted that ability. The world has changed, and as everybody knows, internet has now been deemed an essential service. And so really what our biggest concerns are here with us tonight, or this afternoon, is that we do not have access to a reliable internet provider, and we're seeking reliable internet. When you look at the actual maps that have been provided and going forward, you will see, if you look in the northeastern part of the county, that all of the smaller hamlets in the northeastern part of the county have been included with the exception of Bill's Corners. Bill's Corners is in fact larger than Wilsonville, it's larger than Bealton, it's larger than Villanova, it's larger than Bloomsburg. So and obviously larger than Dundurn and Townsend Center. We feel that it was likely an inadvertent situation that occurred with us not being included in that. You can see that high speed is being provided all around us, but is not in fact including our hamlet. I did go door to door, and I will leave the petition with the clerk. And I knocked on every door only in our hamlet boundaries, and every single person that answered the door signed the petition. And it took me the better part of 2 days to get everybody to do that, because everybody wanted to share their awful internet story with me about everything that we've been experiencing. So in summary, we're seeking a request for a resolution. You've been provided with the suggested wording. In short, we're looking for a letter or a resolution from council that will support us when we go speak to SWIFT about getting included in the program that's being currently implemented in the northeastern part of Norfolk County. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Lee. I see Councillor Michelle's giggling to himself back there. I'm sure he's going to want to talk to council about his sandwich internet, but Councillor Columbus beat you to the punch, so.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Lee, have you communicated with SWIFT, and have they given you an explanation as to why Bill's Corners was not included?
I have spoken with SWIFT. they, for lack of a better phrase, they tap danced around the issue and came back saying that they felt that Norfolk County Council wasn't necessarily in support of internet being received in that area.
Well, that's interesting. I've never heard of that, but anyway, we'll
I-
learn
I-
more, I'm
I-
sure. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Michelle, Mayor Chop. Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Robinson, with respect, I have to just tell you, I think you got some bad information from someone about SWIFT's response to questions like that. The absolute total mandate of SWIFT is to try to get internet to every rural area in particular, not only in Norfolk County, but in all of Southwest Ontario. And I don't think that is correct, and I certainly understand your frustration with this whole process, but just maybe at the outset here, and I'll perhaps make some other comments in a minute, but SWIFT is not, the provider of the service. SWIFT is subsidizing a private internet service provider. In this case that you're referring to, the internet service provider happens to be Rogers. But it is not SWIFT's decision to include or not include someone based on the parameters that you're describing. And I think that it's important to know that SWIFT has an entirely sort of independent process that they use to assess areas for internet. And of course, in a vast county like Norfolk County, we are going to have a lot of areas that are not being served, as you've pointed out. We have 3 projects that were approved by SWIFT, and that was a major accomplishment for us to get 3 projects. And by the way, they were the first 3 projects that SWIFT approved. And obviously, there's always going to be a few people that are left out, and I get constant communications from people like yourself, and in particular right now, you are dealing with a circumstance that I have a hard time understanding is the issue of one internet service provider being bought out by another, and the takeover provider provides very inadequate service, as you've described. And I can tell you just from personal experience, I have been through your experience of very poor internet. I have just recently emerged from the dark world of dial-up, where, Councillor Martin referred to earlier that I sometimes used to call sandwich internet because you could make a sandwich between pages loading and then eat the sandwich and all those things. So I certainly understand your position there, but I do want to make it clear that the big mandate for SWIFT when they select areas to have service provided by subsidizing private internet service providers is specifically so that they take what I'll call the politics out of the process, so that otherwise every area in a place like Norfolk will be petitioning council to ask SWIFT to do this, and unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. Norfolk County Council can express their concern about this, but we cannot, frankly, direct SWIFT to change their project outlines. What I'm going to suggest to you before my colleagues ask some more questions is, I believe in your case, I would be reaching out to the internet service provider that is in that particular area, which is Rogers, and explain your case to them in the way that you have here. And I have a hopeful feeling that they may recognize the potential business case that a hamlet like Bill's Corners and all of the people who live there would have for them. And that's what we need to do, is to incentivize the private internet service providers to extend the project, which is something that they can do, which is not really in SWIFT's mandate. Thank you.
Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to build on, Councillor Michelle's points in terms of the RFP, one of the things that was very specific with the SWIFT RFP process was that we were not able to direct them where to go. So the reason Norfolk County ended up getting 3 projects and not just 2 was actually because Rogers was so keen to secure Waterford that they actually contributed more money than what they needed to when they could have had a higher subsidization. And they did that with the basis that they wanted to win that award. So all of the bidders on those projects, they set the parameters for where they were going to take it. That was never set up by SWIFT. So I think there was a couple of, Councilor Michelli could confirm, but there was a couple of bids specifically for Waterford, and each one of those actually mapped out a slightly different area. Rogers was successful, like I said, because they contributed the highest amount in that case. And so there's no ability to, I totally agree with Councilor Michelli. It's a matter of going to Rogers at this point and saying, hey, when you guys expand service to this area, this is how many customers we can bring you. In the next round of SWIFT that's coming forward, the goal of the first round was to maximize the number of households that they could reach. One of the constraints was that they would not take bids on particular areas where there was a sufficient business case on its own with not needing that subsidization level. In the second round of SWIFT, how they're going to judge those RFPs, and again, Councillor Michelli could confirm, but they are actually looking to more rural areas than they did this. In the second round, it's not going to be number of households. It has a different criteria for the measure. And that's going to maybe pick up some of those satellite locations that you're talking about.
Lee, were you going to respond there, or I have Councillor Huffman who could?
Sir, I would like to just provide a little bit of additional information. I did speak to Rogers. Rogers indicated that because this program was going through SWIFT, we needed to deal with SWIFT. SWIFT told me I needed to deal with Norfolk Council to support our request. We're not asking for direction. We're not asking them to direct you to include it. We're simply saying that you support our request to do this, so that I can take this to SWIFT, so that I can go back to Rogers with my case. I'm getting people pointing in the same direction that's resulting in a circle. So we're simply looking for support. I'm very familiar with the SWIFT program and how it was done and how it was all articulated. And Rogers has indicated that they're willing to consider the inclusion, but it needs to go through SWIFT because that's how the area is being serviced. SWIFT indicated that I needed to have support from Norfolk County Council, so I'm here seeking support from Norfolk County Council.
Okay, I think Mayor Chop can elaborate on that, and then Councillor Huffman.
Okay, so I think we could make this easy then. The one thing we can't do is, to me, if you're, as you know, Lee, if you're going to expand the terms of an RFP, it's going to come with additional costs. So we can't absorb the additional cost to go and do that. If it's all of this is a letter of support, I think it's safe to say that Norfolk County Council supports internet in every single corner of Norfolk County. So if that's all it is allowing them to add that on at no cost to SWIFT or to the county, then I don't see any reason. If that's all you're asking for, then that's easy.
That is what I'm seeking. I'm seeking support from Norfolk County Council, so that you have no objections to this and that you support the residents' request so that we can go to SWIFT, so that we can go to Rogers to see if we can get ourselves included. As I said, I knocked on every door in the hamlet, and everybody even agreed if Rogers would even cut a deal with us to provide that internet at where we're actually funding over a 10-year period the cost to bring the infrastructure to that area, they would absolutely be willing to do that as well.
Fair enough. I missed that part in the deputation. Madam Chair, I think we could probably expedite this a little bit and just, get council to support that there would be no objections to Rogers if they wish to add on that additional service.
Councillor Huffman, did you have a question, or Councillor Van Passen as well?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not so sure that, it's been explained. We have no say on where they go, because if you want to put forth a motion to Rogers to add Bill's Corners, I want the Bill's Corners with the apostrophe added to that as well, because they'd like to have internet service. In Ward 4, I got 13 hamlets. One has internet that's reasonable. They're working on the other one. Now, just a letter from the mayor to Rogers suggesting that they look into the business model here is different than sending a formal resolution from this council specifically citing one specific geographic area to be added onto a project.
Right.
and let's go for
I
the
think Mayor
business
Chop said
model
every
from the company.
countywide Mayor Chops, but, okay, sorry.
That was my point, Councillor Van Passen, was that we would accept internet and all this. We don't have funding. We're not directing SWIFT right now, but if all it is Rogers wants that we would support them adding it to the line through the SWIFT project, if it's not costing anybody anything. So again, I would think the resolution would be that there would be no objection on any locations in Norfolk County being tied into an ongoing project, not specifically Bill's Corners.
I always admit I'm a little behind on the high-tech world, but if there's anybody out there that doesn't know that this council wants internet to the whole of the county, we've been a little lax in our duties for the last 10 years.
Councillor Huffman, did you want to just, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lee, I just wanted to go over a couple things. One, I just wanted to clarify that absolutely under no circumstances did anyone on Norfolk County Council suggest that Bill's Corners not have internet. So I just want to make sure that that's definitely clear. And it sounds like you've done your due diligence. All the residents in the hamlet have done so, and understandably, Bill's Corners is the largest hamlet. You're correct. I mean, it's got the businesses, it's got the perks of Norfolk, it's got Austin's, it's got I can't think of that other unique little store that it's got there in the plaza.
Sweetwaters.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I've been there. I just couldn't remember the name. So I think it really, in hindsight, there's probably, we don't need to make this any more complicated than it needs to be. And this isn't a battle of hamlets of Norfolk County. There's an initiative going through into the Waterford area. It looks like, for whatever reason, Bill's Corners was omitted, and I absolutely support sending a letter that that SWIFT include Bill's Corners in the development going forward. Mayor Chop can suggest that we include all hamlets. I certainly don't object to that, but in this regard, we have an initiative going into Waterford where it appears to me that there's been a mistake and someone's been omitted.
Mayor Chop.
Okay, I think it's a misunderstanding of the RFP process. It's not a matter of a mistake. Those that bid on the project, they set the parameters. So I agree now with Councillor Van Passen. If that's the route that we're taking, I won't support this. We cannot direct SWIFT to include Bill's Corners in that. That process is done. It's an RFP process. It's been closed. If what Rogers is saying is that they won't do it without our approval, to me, number one, that doesn't actually make any sense why they wouldn't do it. But if that is the runaround that's being given, then I support internet coming to all corners of Norfolk County. You know, again, as a general statement. So I will not be supporting a specific resolution directing SWIFT because I don't even believe that's within our authority to do so. In fact, I'm confident of it.
I see two hands back there. Are they questions to the deputation, or should we receive this as information and then we can question? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor, Madam Chair. So through you to Lee. So you were stating that you've done your due diligence, you've been in touch with Rogers, and then you've been in touch with SWIFT. SWIFT was the one that directed you to come to council to get a resolution that we support the expansion. Is that correct?
That's correct. And based on the discussions here, I would be content if there was a resolution that was passed that stated that Norfolk County Council supports the provision of internet for all hamlets in Norfolk County or all residents. I'm just looking for something that says Norfolk County has no objections to pursuing this. And if there's wording that's more acceptable and would like it done across the board for the county, that achieves the objective that I'm trying to achieve here today as well.
Okay, so that works for you, and that goes with, after your discussions with Rogers and SWIFT. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so can we put that motion on the floor?
Sure, I will just receive it as information. Did you have a question, or can you talk after we receive this as information, Councillor Michelli?
I would prefer to talk after.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Lee. A parting comment for you, not a question, but yesterday, Prime Minister Trudeau made an announcement about high-speed internet and a commitment to $1 billion, almost $2 billion actually, to connect 98% of Canadians to high-speed internet by 2026 in a satellite company. That's not my wheelhouse though, so I just thought I would pass that along. Is there a mover to, may I have a motion to receive this deputation as information? Counselor Ravitz. Sorry, Counselor Michelle, did I beat you to it? Seconded by Counselor Columbus. All those in favor? Received as information. Okay. Counselor Huffman, did you want to put a motion on the floor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I wanted to put a motion on the floor that Norfolk County submit a letter to SWIFT. Basically, you can wordsmith this for me, Andy, that we support high-speed internet or internet services, sorry, in all locations in Norfolk County. Mayor Chop may want to add something in terms of what she said.
So that Norfolk County supports any efforts to expand internet services within the county and encourages internet providers to consider adding on additional users to any ongoing projects, or?
Is there a seconder for that motion? Counselor Columbus. Okay, further debate. Covered it all. Counselor Michelle, sorry, you go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So would this be my opportunity to just add a couple of things to what you had mentioned earlier? So you mentioned the federal announcement of the $1.75 billion for providing rural internet service to Canadians by 2026. Also, a recent announcement by the provincial government that they will be providing another $680 million for improved connectivity through a program that is known as ICON, which is Improving Connectivity for Ontarians. And I have been in communication with our Economic Development Department to liaise with that program. In addition, of course, SWIFT is going through what is referred to as a second round, or SWIFT 2.0, where they will be again reevaluating this, and I'm hoping that for everyone watching and listening that there will be the addition of hamlets, as we've just described, and also that the goal, of course, is to provide rural Ontario with high-speed internet as soon as possible. It's very clear to me that all levels of government are well aware of the rural need for high-speed internet in all of Ontario, but in particularly in Southwest Ontario. So thank you.
Okay, seeing no further debate or comments, it's moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All of those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, thank you, Lee. Next, we have the consent item that was pulled by Councillor Van Passen, so CAO 20-27 mileage reimbursement, and I believe Andy has some comments, but Councillor Van Passen, would you like to ask specific questions, or would you just like to hear out Andy and see if he's covered off your concerns?
Yeah, we can hear from staff first. That would make sense.
Okay.
For committee, if you flip to page 10 of your agenda, under item 5, which is the proposed amendment, the changes that we have is 5.2 will be changed to travel to visit and inspect sites related to planning, drainage, or other related matters. So we'll scratch out land and pending council decision. And then on 4, it'll be travel by the mayor or designate to ceremonial or public events upon request for attendance by county representation. So those are the two proposed amendments to the policy, and if that's acceptable, then we'll proceed and approve it.
Mayor Chop.
Just going to jump in on Councillor Van Passen. Just the one comment there, Andy, I would have from 2 that you just made that change. I would take out the word related. I would just say or other matters. It's not just planning and drainage matters that councilors travel across the county to go and see. I mean, it could be ongoing farm issues, et cetera, et cetera. So to me, if you put other related matters, it means other related matters to just strictly planning or drainage.
That's acceptable. The one thing that we need to be cognizant of is we got to make sure, and I know it won't be an issue, but when the election year, after the writ drops, just be very careful to make sure that you're not doing campaigning and claiming those funds. But that's in the separate policy.
Councillor Van Passen, suitable?
Yes, I think like there is no problem with this bylaw, otherwise except before it didn't exist. So we're just trying to throw some parameters around what is the proper thing. And, you know, I had discussed this with staff beforehand. And, you know, like if we look at number 4, the travel by the mayor or deputy mayor, I know the first year there was a lot of occasions where the mayor was at an event, the deputy mayor is at another event, so they send one of the councillors in their place on the request of an invitation. So if it's the designate, you know, the deputy mayor is always the number 2 designate, and after that, when you run out of people, you get down to the list, and you know, if you got to drive from one end of the county to represent the county in the other end, I think it's only fair that the councillor could collect mileage for that as well. So, you know, we're just sort of giving it a little bit of a tightening up from what it was there before, but it's still loose enough that, you know, it can't really be abused if you got honest people dealing with it, right?
Mayor Chop.
Also, just for those watching, I especially love that concerned residents group. So just to provide them some background, you know, I think one of the things to give credit where credit is due of this bylaw coming forward at this point in time was this council voted on bringing forward changes to the bylaw because in years past, council members were submitting mileage to come to council meetings, and to me that's akin to coming to your job. When you accept your role as a councillor, you are well aware that you need to come to council meetings every Tuesday, and so that should not be you know, reimbursable expense any different than, you know, I have an office here and every time I drive to my office I'm not submitting mileage claims, clearly. So that's what this was designed to do, was to ensure that we were all on the same page and that it was, you know, it was being applied equally amongst all of council. So just to give some, given the harsh criticisms that are often out there, some credit where credit is due. So thanks, Andy, for bringing this forward.
Okay, so we will leave it and it will come back to us, correct, Andy? Or you want to, sorry.
If committee could approve it as amended.
Okay. Mr. Burgess, you're good with that? Okay. So is there a mover and a seconder to approve as amended? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Michelli. Any further discussion? Councillor Columbus.
So on number 4, are we adding deputy mayor or designate? Is that the way it reads now?
So we'll take out deputy mayor and just say mayor or designate. So the mayor would be the one who would assign.
Okay, thank you.
Further comments? Okay, all in favor? That's carried. Staff reports. We have a bunch tonight. Staff report CES 20-19, Archives Establishment in Records Management Program. Josh is with us on Teams. Josh, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Council and Committee. The report in front of you today is in regards to the official establishment of the county archives and the associated bylaw. The purpose of the report is to present a background on the formation of the Norfolk County Archives and the core services that the archives provides to the corporation and the community, and to display how its operations are an important part of the county's records management program. Municipal archives is a key component in providing greater transparency in local government through better access to municipal information, and it's an essential part of preserving the corporation's history. A municipal archives functions very differently from a museum, but often the archives and the museums within Norfolk County are seen as equal in their operations. This is most likely due to the fact that the Norfolk County Archives is located in the Everbook Donnelly Museum building, but the County Archives is primarily concerned with preserving the documentary records that contain evidential or informational value that are seen as important in documenting the county's history. The mandate of the County Archives is to ensure long-term preservation of records under its care and to provide access to these records to county staff and to the general public in order to promote a greater accountability, provide transparency in government with improved access to public information, and of course to provide access to records for historical research purposes. In November 2019, a new modern archives storage facility was established and was designed to be the repository for the county's important historical records. This facility was a big step in establishing the official county archives. In late 2019 and in early 2020, the archive staff worked collaboratively with the records team from Council Services to transfer permanent county records from various county buildings to the archives. The materials transferred were valuable historical records from previous townships of Norfolk County, such as original council meeting minutes, bylaws, property tax assessment rolls, and tax collectors rolls, vital statistic records, school records, and various board and committee meeting minutes. The remaining records are to be transferred by the end of 2020. The archives also acquires private donations, such as the recent donation that the archives received from the Simcoe Reformer. This was a large collection of Simcoe Reformer's archives, and this is really helping to preserve these invaluable records and making these over 150 years of local newspapers accessible to the public. It's common practice amongst Ontario municipalities to have a municipal archives that works in collaboration with a records management program. And while the archives first started operating in 2018, its mandate and activities have never been officially established by Council. Council Services has put forward an updated records retention bylaw, which now incorporates the archives and has updated how the county handles permanent and archival records. And this archives establishment bylaw is being put forward to officially establish the county archives and its involvement in the county records management program. So combining these two efficiencies of the records management program and the value of archives will really give Norfolk County a more complete program of recorded information management. Thank you for the opportunity to present today, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Questions from committee? Seeing none. Okay. Do I have a mover of the staff recommendation, which is on page 164 of the agenda? Mayor Chop, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, call the vote. All in favor? Carried. Thanks, Josh. Staff report PD 20-53, Norfolk County Lake Erie Hazard Mapping and Risk Assessment. Brandon, whenever you're ready.
Chair, thanks. Through the chair, we've got Nicole here to do an introduction, and then we have someone from the Conservation Authority, I believe, that's going to do the presentation of the material. Nicole?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. As a joint project with Norfolk County, Long Point Region Conservation retained W.F. Baird and Associates Coastal Engineers to upload flood, erosion, and dynamic beach hazard mapping for the county's Lake Erie shoreline. The hazard mapping project is now complete, including the community engagement component as part of the deliverables. The Lake Erie Hazard Mapping and Risk Assessment is a technical document that maps the shoreline hazards using the most up-to-date information, and it is not a shoreline management plan. The purpose of this report and hopefully the corresponding presentation is to introduce the Norfolk County Lake Erie Hazard Mapping and Risk Assessment Technical Report, which will be presented by W.F. Baird and Associates, to ultimately seek Council's direction to update applicable schedules and maps, including the Norfolk County official plan, as well as our zoning bylaw. If it's amenable to Council and Committee, Baird Associates is here to do a short presentation.
Great, whenever they're ready.
Thank you, Nicole. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. This presentation provides an overview of the Norfolk County Hazard Mapping and Risk Assessment. As Nicole mentioned, it's not a shoreline management plan, it's a technical study. And so we've followed all the appropriate standards, guidelines, and the current state-of-the-art methodologies. What I'm going to do is to provide an overview of the project and then summarize the hazard mapping results and the National Disaster Mitigation Program Risk Assessment Information Template, which are the two main deliverables of the project. So, as a project overview, Norfolk County Lake Erie shoreline shown in the figure includes about 70 kilometers of shoreline, the area indicated in purple, and the study area is entirely within LPRCA boundaries. Next slide. Thank you. The purpose of the project was to update the Lake Erie shoreline flooding, erosion, and dynamic beach hazard mapping. New data and technology update the previous work from the late 1980s. The mapping supports flood and erosion related response and mitigation planning, land use planning, and permitting decisions. The second part was a flood risk assessment, which ties together flood hazard information with vulnerability and consequences. The project started in April 2019 and was finished about a year later in the spring of 2020. And we had 2 public information centers during the project, one near the beginning and one further on, to get input from the public and to provide them with information as well. So the key tasks, no, we're still on the one above. Yeah, on the lower slide there. The key tasks in the project were background data review and site visits. So we had a number of site visits to familiarize with the site and to assess the conditions. We prepared base maps. There were public engagement sessions, as mentioned previously. And then we prepared the shoreline hazard mapping and updated the flood risk assessment. Highlights from the project include 106 map sheets showing the flood, erosion, and dynamic beach hazards. Additional maps were prepared showing emergency ingress, egress routes during flooding. There's a slope stability report, a geotechnical report, which was a value-added deliverable, an inventory of buildings, roads, and bridges within the flood hazard, a vulnerability assessment for buildings within the flood hazard, recommendations for protection and maintenance of municipal infrastructure, an assessment of future risks with climate change, and public education centers, as well as a workshop with the county and the Conservation Authority staff. Okay. Next slide. Okay, so the upper slide there shows the 3 types of natural hazards defined by the province. These are flooding, erosion, and dynamic beach hazards. Norfolk County has some of the most significant hazards in the province, with large areas prone to flooding at Long Point, Turkey Point, Port Dover are examples. Also, Norfolk County has some of the highest erosion rates on the Great Lakes. West of Long Point, those are some of the highest rates that you can find anywhere on the Great Lakes. And then the beautiful beaches, of course, at Long Point, Turkey Point, and the beaches also at Port Dover and Port Ryerson. Okay, now I'm going to go through the hazard mapping results, just an overview of them. So the hazard mapping identifies shoreline areas at risk from flooding and erosion or that meet the criteria for the dynamic beaches. This figure is one of the map slides. It shows the hazard limits. So the yellow line that's furthest inshore there shows the erosion hazard limit, and the blue line at the bottom of the bluff shows the flood hazard limit. And one of these sheets was prepared for each of the different sections along the shoreline. The mapping supports implementation of county official plan policies and Conservation Authority regulation of development in the shoreline areas. And the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry provides the technical guidance on how to identify and map these hazard areas, and that was strictly followed for the project. So, okay. Yeah. Okay. No, we're actually on the previous slide. Yeah. the bottom one. What's new in the 2020 hazard mapping updates? Updated analyses, so updates to previous hazard mapping from 1989 using updated approaches consistent with the provincial policy as outlined in the technical guide prepared by M&R in 2001. The shoreline was divided into more detailed reaches, which are segments with similar conditions for the hazard mapping, so a more accurate assessment. Wave uprush was calculated on a reach basis. Previously, default values were used. The geotechnical analysis used to assess stable slope allowance was done on a reach basis. Previously, again, a default value was used. And the historical aerial imagery used to assess the erosion allowance gave a very accurate assessment of erosion rates. And previously, again, a default value was used. The values were not actually measured. New data that we had for the project, new water level data from 1988 to 2019 was used in the assessment. Previously, only data prior to that was used. New and higher resolution LiDAR topo data and bathymetry data. New and higher resolution aerial imagery collected in 2015 was used for the historical shoreline comparison to assess erosion rates. And there was a large number of ground and UAV photos collected during our site visits, which were handed over as part of the deliverables. So overall, all the data sets were incorporated into a single mapping software environment. Okay, next. So the 2020 hazard mapping updates and improvements, the calculation of the erosion hazard limit, actual stable slope allowance was used instead of the default value of 3:1, resulting in a decrease in setbacks. In many cases, the stable slopes varied between 2:1 and 2.5 horizontal to 1. Actual erosion rates calculated from historical aerial imagery were used, and the comparison of shoreline position over a period of 53 to 62 years was used based on the photos available. Erosion rates that were calculated varied from 3.7 meters per year at the west end of the county near Elgin County to 0.2 meters a year near Lawrence Creek and Avalon. So quite a big variation in the erosion rates. The flood hazard limit, the 100-year flood level previously defined was based on M&R 1989. This was updated with the new data available up to 2019. It's of note that the 100-year flood level did not change with that extended analysis. Wave run-up was modeled on a reach-by-reach basis, resulting in improvements over previously used 15-meter default values. And also the dynamic beach hazard was updated based on changes to the flood hazard limit. Okay, now I'm going to outline the hazard mapping results. Oh, sorry. The National Disaster Mitigation Program Risk Assessment Information Template Update. Also, the next slide. So the NDMP is a cost share program between federal and provincial governments, and they have 4 funding streams: flood mapping, risk assessment, mitigation planning, investments in non-structural and small-scale structure mitigation projects. The risk assessment information template was completed as part of the funding agreement. Information on the vulnerability and consequences includes severity of the event, warning time, etc., fatalities, population displacement, safety and security, food, health, water, sanitation impacts, local economic impacts, and impacts to utilities and roads. We had a workshop as well, which was attended by Norfolk Fire, Emergency Management, Road Operations, Planning, and CAs. So the methodology used in the risk assessment was as follows. We developed an inventory of buildings and infrastructure, including roads, within the flood hazard. The buildings were then classified by structural properties and use, so they were if they were residential, commercial, or institutional. We assigned a vulnerability function to each building. and estimated the consequences for each building for the different flood levels, structural damage to structure, contents, lost productivity, population, displacement, and then estimated the average annual consequences. Okay, next slide. So the top slide summarizes the Norfolk County consequences, and they're presented as annual exceedance probability or return period. So, for example, the 50% annual exceedance has a 50% probability in any given year, and it's classified as a 2-year return period event. So something that could be expected to happen once every 2 years, though it could happen twice in a year or even, more or less. The flood levels are listed across the top line. So the water levels vary along the county shoreline with higher surge at the east end of the county. The Conservation Authority works with critical warning levels. These are also listed. And so the table shows the number of buildings impacted for different return period events. So if you look at, for example, the 1% annual exceedance probability or the 100-year return period event, then 963 residential buildings would be impacted, 121 commercial buildings, and 14 institutional buildings. The slide on the bottom presents an example of some of the mapping that was prepared. This is the 100-year flood depths at Port Dover. And this mapping was used in the workshop, which we had with fire emergency services, planning, and others. And at the workshop, they reviewed the mapping that we had prepared. The mapping shows buildings and roads that are flooded. So you can see the orange colored buildings. And in each case, that represents, depending on the shading, the depth that the building would be flooded to. And you can see the blue sort of lines closer to shore. Those are flood levels on roads during the 100-year event. So in the workshop, we had discussion about the 8 points on the left. So fatalities and injuries. We got feedback on what has been observed and what these people's experience is on environmental impacts, local economic impacts, if businesses are closed, transportation when roads are closed down, energy, utilities, telecommunications, if these were knocked out, health, food and water supply, safety and security, and public sensitivity. Next slide. So a summary of the updates and improvements for the NDMP rate. The template was completed by LPRCA for a funding application. It was updated with information from the workshop and the risk assessment. It was updated, we provided updated hazard mapping, building level risk assessment summary results, so the number of dwellings that were flooded under different return period events, the population in the 100-year flood hazard, emergency ingress egress, so flood depths and routes that will be impacted, vulnerable areas and neighborhoods, and climate change impacts, including ice cover on the lake and seasonal changes and surges. The information goes into the Public Safety Canada database to mitigate, prepare for, respond to, and recover from flood events. So that's it for the presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions, Councillor Columbus?
Yes, can you tell me when will Norfolk County planners be able to incorporate this in their planning decisions, this information along the lakeshore?
I think that's a question for the planners or the CA if they're present.
Okay, thank you. And this National Disaster Program, I believe this is the last time it's offered? They're not going to be
It has been extended in the past, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the status of it will be going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Any other further questions? I have a question. So all of this information is helpful and relevant when you move on a move forward basis from a planning perspective. Is there any content that so I live and represent Port Dover. Is there any content in your findings that would help support just flood management for what's already there? Like, are there new and emerging techniques that other communities are using to assist with these once in a blue moon storms, or is there any information like that that you can share with us?
There is a section in the technical report which outlines approaches to erosion and flooding mitigation.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. Questions of staff? Do you want to pose that your question, Councillor Columbus, to planning staff?
Sure, I see Brandon is sitting in on this meeting. So, Brandon, can you share with us when you feel that our planners are going to incorporate this into the planning along the Lake Erie shoreline here in Norfolk County?
Sure, through the chair. The updated info helps for when we're considering development applications that might be in flood-prone areas. And so we can start to immediately use it when it's updated on our mapping system, which I believe is happening. The other thing is it helps the Conservation Authority when they are reviewing and commenting on development applications. But into the future, it's something that when we do our next official plan updates, and if we're doing any other broader changes to our zoning bylaw, we can have this mapping to bring it into conformity. We don't have a specific timeline on that, but it is very helpful to have the updated modeling and mapping.
Thank you, Brandon.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a follow-up to that question then. Like at some point, this report and all the mapping will become part of our official plan and part of our zoning bylaw. Is that the intention?
Through the chair, this information would help inform a recommendation in the future on updating the zoning bylaw and the official plan.
See, this is where I would like to see if LPRCA is using this document at some point, that the county use it at the same time, where we don't have that problem that we've had in the past, that it's okay by one set of mapping, not the other one. So let's get together on this one, and then, you know, if we have to amend our official plans or a little earlier, or if the LPRCA puts it off a little bit later, so we do line up. So, and I am looking at the chair of LPRCA, and I think he's nodding in agreement there.
And I can tell you that the LPRCA has not seen this document yet. Hopefully it will be soon. Thank you.
Okay, final call. Questions to staff? Seeing none. There is a recommendation printed on page 172 of the agenda. Does someone wish to move that or present an alternative? Councillor Taylor moved, seconded by Councillor Huffman. Any further debate or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. Thanks, staff. Item C, staff report PD 20-56, an application received to erect 45-meter light-duty self-support communication tower and equipment cabinet by Xplornet Communications affecting lands described as Part Lot 10, Concession 9, Geographic Township of North Walsingham, Norfolk County. Brandon or staff?
Yep, through the chair, we have Nicole here for this brief item. Nicole?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So an application has been received for municipal consultation regarding the construction of a new telecommunications tower at the southeast corner of Hazen Road and 10th Concession Road, to give a more geographical context. The application is put forth by Xplornet Communication on behalf of US Farms Limited. The application is proposing a 45-meter or 148-foot telecommunication tower. Industry Canada is the approval authority for communication towers, and however the municipality can indicate whether they support the proposal. And as per the Norfolk County Communication Tower Protocol, the agent is required to participate in public consultation. However, given the current situation, an alternative process was achieved through 45 days of public consultation and feedback. Through a commenting period. No comments were received from the public during this time. A site visit was conducted by staff, and there were no concerns with the location. Staff recommend that the radio tower application be supported.
Thanks, Nicole. Any questions? Mayor Chop.
Just one question. I've experienced this, my parents' farm, actually, there was a tower that went up a couple miles away, and this council has dealt with a lot of complaints that have built up over the years in terms of lighting. And so I'm just wondering, one particular incident in my personal experience, it was a red light that was on top of the tower. 45 meters is a pretty significant size. And at one point that light must have burnt out, and they put a bright white light on that had it now as a strobe effect, and it was unbelievable for weeks. I think with, again, my mom and dad's farm, they were a couple miles away from where the tower even was, so I can only imagine what it was like for the neighbors that were right next door. What bylaws do we have that can regulate that, or how can we ensure that if we support this application, that should there be issues with the lighting that's placed on the tower, that it's easily dealt with, and not, like we've seen in these other cases, 100 emails and 6 months' time of back and forth before we get to a resolution?
Through you, Madam Chair. We can absolutely provide comments and feedback to the applicant, and hopefully the zoning bylaw does have policies surrounding lighting, and so that would be addressed through the zoning bylaw should those issues ever arise with the tower.
If it assists committee as well, I've been having some preliminary discussions with Jim Milson about the potential for our county to introduce a nuisance bylaw that would look at a number of different areas. Lighting would be one of them. Smell would be another one. Currently, one of the issues that we're dealing with is cannabis. Our bylaw enforcement officers don't have a right to just walk on the property right now because of the way that the wording is, and you need a bylaw specifically enabling them to do that. So we would look for a general nuisance bylaw that could incorporate numerous areas such as that and would allow a better enforcement capacity, but that would be something we'd advance early 2021.
Sorry, Mayor Chop, no comment? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we went through the same sort of questions with the wind turbines by Port Ryerson about the lights, but they made it rather clear that that was, again, regulated by the federal government for those. They were a bit higher than this tower, but that's regulated by the federal government rules. And like, I still never figured out why they only needed 3 lights on 4 towers. I thought maybe they'd put a light on every tower, but the federal government says they do it this way. But I think that's got something to do with the Aeronautical Act, so that they get but maybe those are like 100-meter towers with 50-meter or 45-meter blades on them, so they're a lot higher than this one.
Mayor Chop. It is, but the challenge is, from my perspective, if we're going to give an approval right now, I just would like an easier mechanism than not having to go back and forth for 6 months arguing over a light. So while we can bring in a bylaw in the future, I just thought, we've got Brandon here with some different background, and I just wondered if I was kind of throwing it out there, if maybe he had come across that before, if there was a way to control it. Again, just trying to minimize the months of back and forth if something isn't compliant with some other legislation that's out there.
Yeah, through the chair, just to reiterate, often with these things, you do come against the federal regulations. They can trump our local laws, but we can do our best with this applicant and identify that lighting has been an issue, especially in some of the rural areas of our community, to see what they can do. We do have our for what it is, our zoning bylaw about lighting not casting onto adjacent properties. But I think we do realize that the Industry Canada standards can preempt ours, but it doesn't hurt for us to forward these comments and let them know that these are some of the concerns being raised in our community and our council to the applicant.
Any further questions to staff? Seeing none, page 185, 186, there is a recommendation for Councillor Columbus.
Move.
Moved, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thanks, Nicole. Staff report PD 20-67, update to 2014-97 site plan control bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a quick presentation. This is simply a housekeeping item for us to update our existing site plan control language to match what is currently in the zoning bylaws. So updating language that refers to medical marijuana production facility to cannabis production and processing. So it's a simple change of text. No other items are being updated in the site plan control bylaw.
Thank you. Questions to staff? Mayor Chop.
Sorry, Brandon, I'm just, or Tricia, I'm a little confused on the bylaw itself. On page 205, I'm confused as how an entire area, we've been through this in this council previously, how an entire county can be designated as a site plan control area. So the triggers for site plan control, of course, are the construction, erection, or placing of one or more structures, additions or alterations that have the effect of substantially increasing the usability, the construction of a commercial parking lot, or there's one with trailers. So I'm just wondering how, I'm assuming you're still digging further within the individual application here. That language just concerns me a little bit.
Yeah, so through the chair, this is an existing bylaw that was enacted when the comprehensive zoning bylaw was put in place in 2014. This bylaw went concurrently to apply the site plan provision to the county with specific provisions identifying zones that are subject to site plan and identifying areas that aren't, or uses that aren't subject to site plan control. In this case, we're doing this housekeeping item, recognizing that in the new year, part of the planning department's program will be reviewing the site plan process overall. So you will hear back from us broadly in this process, but for now, this is simply a housekeeping item. Given some upcoming LPAT items that are coming forward, we just wanted to clean this item up.
So through the chair, hopefully that's clear that this one is just a wordsmithing, changing names so we're consistent and predictable and kind of help us with some of our enforcement issues on this matter. But we do intend to review and look at the site plan control bylaw. It is typical for a lot of municipalities that the whole or most of an area, a geographic area, is subject to site plan. However, there's usually a list of exemptions, single detached dwellings or duplex dwellings or other lists like that. That is quite common, but it would look like, and in our view, and it sounds like through Mayor Chop as well, that it's time to review the site plan control bylaw and see what's appropriate moving forward for Norfolk. So you'll see some more information coming forward about the list of things that we're looking on improvements. As Tricia noted, this is one of them coming up in the near future.
Mayor Chop, then Councillor Columbus.
Thanks, Brandon, for that. Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, the wording in there is that a municipality may designate all or part of an area as falling under a site plan control area. But that doesn't mean that site plan control applies to every single project. It still has to meet that definition. And I'm not, I think that this is something that happened in the past. My understanding when I've done my research into this was there were a couple of projects that had some issues subsequent to their construction, and it came back and the then staff decided site plan control is going to apply blanketly to every single project that takes place in Norfolk County. And I know that's not you guys, but I just wanted to make sure we were on page with that difference, that there is site plan control area, but it still has to meet the definition of actually being subjected to site plan control, even if it's in that area. So thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, that's correct. It has to be subject to certain types. In this particular case, it's important, I think, that cannabis production and processing is subject to site plans so that we can apply our Norfolk design standards that we've developed.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brandon, I'm looking at page 205 of the agenda package, and it talks about 51G, all development and expansions to cannabis production and processing. And then when you go back to bylaw 214-97 on page 204, it's got the exact same wording as what we're replacing it with, all development and expansions to cannabis production and processing. So is that correct, or should it be different? Should the one on page 205 be different than what we actually see in bylaw 214-97?
Through the chair, and Tricia and or Paula may wish to supplement, but my understanding is there were two appendices provided. Page 205 shows it in kind of bylaw speak as you're just changing the old wording to the new wording. It doesn't actually say the old wording. Whereas the previous page, that is the complete bylaw with the new wording. I think you're correct in pointing out that includes the new wording, not the old wording.
So page 204, item 51G, it's actually, the new wording has been already inserted in there.
To therefore, correct, through the chair, to therefore show you how that fits into the context of the rest of the bylaw. We could have done it maybe as a track changes version, then it may have been clear, but thanks for
So the numbering of that new bylaw will be something different than what we've got here, I take it. It'll be 2020 dash something.
There'll be, through the chair, so this will be a bylaw to amend that existing bylaw.
Okay, got it, thanks.
Further questions? Seeing none. So does someone wish to move staff recommendation? Councillor Rabbits. I think I may have already covered this. Sorry. Is there a seconder? Councillor Van Passen. No further discussion. All in favor? Carried. Okay, staff report CS 20-34, capital status report.
Thank you, Chair Martin, and good evening. Today we'll have Kathy LaPlante, the Treasurer for Norfolk County, present the capital status report. We have a number of different staff members that will be assisting in the presentations of the following reports today. So I'll pass it over to Kathy.
Thank you, Chair Martin and members of Council. The report before Council tonight is a status report on the progress of all capital projects that are a work in progress as of September 30th, 2020. I have to apologize. We have left a larger package, legal size package of the attachment to the report on your plotters. When the attachment was printed, it is in very small print and very light print, so hopefully that will assist you if you have any questions. So the attachment to the report outlines the approved budget, actual expenditures to date, expenditure to budget variance, date of the tender awards, and the estimated completion date of the project. In addition, the attachment also includes and indicates that the project is to remain open, closed, or canceled, as the project is no longer required, or rebudgeted and moved to 2021. If the project is completed, but a funding shortfall exists, a funding recommendation has been provided for Council's consideration. As a quick overview, if you refer to page 3 of the report, or page 208 of your agenda, the table presented outlines that as of September 30th, we had 247 projects for a total of $210.1 million. Of the 247 projects, 212 projects will remain open. In addition, 3 projects totaling $630,000 are recommended to be canceled, and staff is recommending to close 31 projects with an overall savings of $807,000. Plus, in addition, we do have one project that is rebudgeted and was moved into the 2001 capital plan previously approved by Council. One item to note that is different than previous reports is that there is a larger number of projects as of September 30th with lower expenditures than normal. This is mainly due to constraints as a result of COVID-19 and mainly from a perspective to curb spending, plus the reduced availability of services and internal staff to manage projects. At this time, if council has any general questions regarding the report, I'd be happy to respond. If any have any questions related to specific projects, there are a number of general managers in attendance that would be able to help. Thank you.
Any questions? Specific projects? Mayor Chop.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just Kathy, I know the clarifier in Port Dover is already installed. Is it just coincidental that it's the exact same dollar figure that was the Port Dover water treatment plant expansion?
Through the mayor, through the chair to Mayor Chop, maybe Jason's in the other room, so maybe Jason, would you be able to help me out with that?
He's on his way.
You're right. Still right.
Me and the other Jason are listening. Sorry, the question came from, through the chair to the Mayor Chop. What's happened there, and the reason that those budgets are the same number is it was an internal housekeeping policy where we took that existing open project that was open for the water treatment plant expansion project is what it was called at that point. That money has just been reallocated towards the clarifier works that were going to be required.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Columbus.
Yes, I see on page 2 of the report, Bylaw there has 3 vehicles been purchased there. Does that budget variance of $21,000 for each, does that include fuel, maintenance, and repair of these vehicles as well? And I take it that those vehicles will last at least a couple more years for Bylaw?
I can start and have staff jump in afterwards. This was a budgetary option to look at. Staff had undertaken an analysis of how much we were spending in mileage for Bylaw vehicles because Bylaw officers were driving their own vehicles. So we looked at a pilot project to purchase Norfolk County vehicles and have Bylaw officers drive those vehicles and not have the mileage claims by the Bylaw officers. The project has been delayed because of COVID-19. There was a shortage of reasonable supply of used vehicles to purchase, so we've just been renting vehicles at this point in time for the Bylaw officers. I don't know, Shelley, if Ms. Darlington has anything further to add on that.
Thank you. Through Chair Martin, in addition to Mr. Burgess's comments, we did see quotations twice, but have been impacted due to COVID. So as the CAO has mentioned, we have short-term rentals in use, and we'll go back out to market when it's reasonable in the new year to complete that project.
Thank you.
Any other questions or projects anyone would like to highlight? Okay, Mr. Godby, item 51, the infamous Meisner Dam. I had a discussion with Councillor Van Passen earlier. Can you clarify the completion date?
Through the chair to council, right now the Meisner Dam rehab project is well underway, and we have been very fortunate with the rate at which the work has been completed. So in fear of ending up having to eat these words in a future date, I will say that we're currently projecting that within the matter of the next I would say 4 weeks or so, we should be looking at having that project completed in 2020 and avoiding any required construction in 2021.
Thank you. And could you share some information with me about item number 142, which is Dover Wharf Public Boardwalk Agreement. That was an agreement made by a former council. Do you know the status of it in full? Can you share any more information about it than what's printed?
Through the chair to council, unfortunately, I have not had involvement with the Dover Wharf Public Boardwalk Agreement. I have seen some correspondence recently on that. I believe it is tied to a development. I don't know if Mr. Sloan is there or has any info on that. Failing that, we can bring back some more info hopefully for you next week on what the status of that is. Oh, there Bill does.
I'm not, through Madam Chair. I myself and CEO Jason Burgess have met the developer a few weeks ago, and it is the old fish plant. And what the agreement is, previous council had agreed to that sum of money to have a right-of-way, we'll call it, between the building itself and the waterfront. So this would be an extension of the pier. So you could walk down the pier and cross the building and eventually across the museum property and make your way to the lift bridge. And where we are at now, they are in the process of, it is in the developer's court, and they're putting together an agreement as to what they would like to see in the agreement with Norfolk County, and we're just waiting for that agreement to be sent back to us. We will run it through our legal team and staff, and as long as we agree, I imagine there'll be some back and forth on it, but we'll get something we agree with, and that will be a public walkway between the building and the waterfront, connecting the pier to the Lift Bridge Museum area. So it is finally moving ahead. That development, unfortunately, was a number of years to get to the point it's at now.
Thanks for the update. Final call, any further questions of committee members to staff? Seeing none. Oh,
I guess just one question there with the parking study. Why is that included on there at this point? I thought we were having a further report come back with that.
Through the chair to councillor or to Mayor Chop, the report was prepared prior to the discussion at council, so it's just a delayed timing issue.
Okay, does someone wish to move the staff recommendation printed on page 210? Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? Carried. Staff report CS 20-36, tenant water and wastewater arrears.
Thank you, Chair Marvin, and I believe Ms. Lunar is in the council chambers, our tax collector and manager of revenue and tax services, and Sue will take the lead on presenting this report this evening.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair and members of committee. The report before you is entitled Tenant Water and Wastewater Arrears. The Municipal Act provides authority to municipalities to recover unpaid fees related to the supply of water and wastewater service by adding arrears to the tax roll of the property supplied. Following decisions made by previous council, in Norfolk County, tenant arrears are not added to the tax roll. Only arrears belonging to the property owner are added to the tax roll. Instead, our options to collect from tenants are, number one, to make payment arrangements, and if the tenant defaults, then disconnect service, if possible, or send the account to a collection agency. Often, disconnection is not possible because of the service connection to the property. Cutting off service to one tenant in arrears would mean that other tenants would also lose their service. Our only option with many tenants is to send the account to a collection agency. Sometimes tenants will propose a payment plan to avoid disconnection or collections. County staff works with Earth, our billing provider, to approve payment arrangements, but more often than not, the payment arrangements are defaulted. From my experience in reviewing accounts, often the monthly payments proposed by tenants won't even cover their monthly usage, so the account will never be paid in full. I have also noted when looking at tenant accounts in arrears that monthly consumption is often high in comparison to accounts where users are trying to conserve. If a tenant continues to default or moves out, the account is eventually transferred to the collection agency. The amount of tenant arrears placed with the collection agency has been increasing since 2018. In March 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic began to affect Ontarians, aggressive collection efforts, including disconnection, were suspended. In October 2020, the collection efforts have resumed. We are arranging disconnection where possible. Revenue and Tax Services staff is presently working on adding $220,000 to the tax roll for property owners whose water accounts were in arrears. Recently, $265,000 in arrears was transferred to the collection agency because the accounts could not be disconnected or added to the roll, or the tenant had moved on. By the end of October, the total amount placed with the collection agency was over $770,000. These are accounts where the tenants have moved out and left accounts owing, have failed to uphold payment arrangements, or who are living in properties where service cannot be shut off without affecting other tenants. Given some recent community feedback and Council's direction for staff to propose cost containment measures, the purpose of this report is to inform Council of the impact of current collection procedures and provide alternatives for change. Many municipalities, including Haldeman County and the County of Brant, have been transferring unpaid arrears to the tax roll for years, utilizing the legislation as it was intended. Not only does this guarantee 100% collection of accounts, it doesn't use the administrative and operations resources that our current system does. By tax rolling all accounts, Norfolk could create administrative efficiencies by eliminating the requirement for multiple staff to conduct multiple reviews of accounts each month. Staff are regularly going through lists of accounts and comparing them to the tax roll to determine if an account is a tenant account or an owner account that can be tax rolled. Further, disconnection and reconnection of service due to delinquency could be discontinued, creating efficiencies in water and wastewater operations as well. The total cost to provide water and wastewater services comes from the ratepayers. As in life, nothing is truly free. There is a misconception that writing off tenant arrears means that they just go away with no cost or effect to others. Write-offs are indeed an operating cost similar to materials, supplies, or utilities that must be factored in when setting user rates. Renting property to tenants is a business, and as with any business, there are risks. When water users do not pay for the services they receive, the shortfall must be made up by the residents and businesses on the water system through increased water rates. In other words, all residential and commercial customers are assuming the landlord's business risk. This report is recommending that beginning in 2021, that the risk be transferred back to the landlord. We recognize that landlords provide a vital contribution to our housing mix, and for that reason, we are not proposing that landlords assume responsibility for arrears accumulated prior to January 2021. Those arrears will continue to be pursued by the collection agency. This report proposes that after January 1st, 2021, any tenant arrears that become 60 days or older will be transferred to the tax roll for the property. Tenants will still be given opportunities to make payment arrangements, but if they default, the account will proceed to be tax rolled. Staff is proposing that these changes don't occur until after January 2021 to provide landlords with some lead time to change their business models if possible. Common strategies to mitigate tax rolling include, for existing leases, landlords can arrange to monitor the tenant's account to ensure it gets paid, or the landlord and tenant can jointly be registered on a water account. When drawing up new lease agreements, landlords can assume responsibility for the water account and include water utility in the price of the monthly rent. Landlords could offer incentive refunds when tenants' consumption is less than an estimate. Landlords could require a deposit for new leases to be refunded at the end of the lease if it's not used. Staff propose that before the change takes place, that the details are communicated through social media, on the monthly bills issued by Earth, and that we offer public engagement sessions to provide an opportunity for questions to be answered. The recommendation is to continue to budget $100,000 annually and collect from current debtors until the outstanding receivable balance has been cleared. Any subsequent payments received as a result of collection efforts will continue to be applied and reduce the receivable balance. In conclusion, historically, Norfolk County tenant water and wastewater arrears that were deemed uncollectible were expensed to the rate-supported operations. Many Ontario municipalities transfer tenant arrears to the taxes of the property, as the authority to do so is already provided in the Municipal Act. Not only does adding tenant arrears to taxes guarantee payment to the municipality, it improves cash flow, reduces receivables, and provides fairness to ratepayers by holding all property owners equally accountable to pay for the water and wastewater services to their own property. And I'm happy to respond to any questions of committee.
Questions of committee to staff. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. When it comes to the properties that are offending in this, are there constant offenders? Are there, it's one of those classic 80-20 rules where, 20% of the properties that go into arrears here represent 80% of the write-offs? Is there a situation like that going on?
Through the chair to the councillor, to be honest, I can't truthfully answer that because when I'm looking, I don't remember account numbers. It's not about location, it's about people and service addresses to me. And I don't look at all the accounts. I have staff review these lists over and over. I can tell you that a lot of the property owners that we tax roll are the same property owners that we tax roll. In the case of tenants, staff looks at those lists for me because they're large.
And if I may have another couple questions here. In a situation where a bank may become the owner of a property that had the water go into arrears, would this give us the ability to also collect from a bank, not just an individual as a property owner?
Through the chair to the councillor, if ownership transfers, we still tax roll the property, no matter who. Old owner, new owner.
Thank you.
Further question, Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, through you. I'm just looking back as to the sequence of events, and I appreciate staff have provided us with what was approved by council, but I did want to highlight that there was some discussion in 2018 where a motion on this very same subject was defeated. We did receive some correspondence or a deputation by George Santos speaking in opposition for Knoll Heights motion to apply this charge to the property owners. We also had a Leonard Patterson that was speaking in favor of Councillor Heights' motion at that time. And I guess my question, I'm having some landlords, reach out to us asking about that council meeting, and it was June 26, 2018 that I'm referring to. And my question is why that was left out of the record. Maybe it would provide us some context or what staff's perspective is on the timelines and the sequence of events. Because from the landlord's perspective, many of them are reaching out to us and saying, I thought we put this to bed in 2018. I did notice that that debate was left out of the staff report. So I was just hoping maybe for some comments as to what transpired on June 26th and maybe what new information or what has really substantively changed from that discussion to present date.
Certainly, through the chair to Councillor Rabbits. That meeting was not intentionally left out of my chronologic timeline there. I remember that year. I remember, I don't know how many kicks at the can we brought, but we were, staff was directed to go back and look at the possibility of deposits on account, look at the possibility of what information could we legally request when someone sets up an account, and then the question of what would we do with that information even if we collected that information, like a driver's license and so on. And I do recall there was a deputation from one landlord, and I didn't intentionally leave it out because it doesn't really change anything other than he spoke in, he did not support it, but at the same time we had some deputation and correspondence of others that did. But it was not intentionally left out to make any difference in this report today. And the only difference between then and now is that the subject hasn't been presented in this depth to this council. And with the rate budget coming up, now is the best time to do that.
Mayor Chop and then Councillor Huffman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So just to reiterate a couple of things here. So up until now, we've been budgeting $100,000 a year in write-offs, but we've actually been surpassing that amount. So I like what you said, because when you look at the comments online, you know, I think that there is this misconception out there that, you know, these dollar values can just go away. And at the end of the day, every taxpayer in Norfolk is responsible for these accounts that aren't paid. And so I think that, you know, when Councilor Rabbits, you say nothing but substantially changed since 2018, I appreciate Sue's comments that, first of all, it was just a deputation that took place, and we don't record deputations in all of our staff reports. But, you know, what substantially changed is we're looking at a 6.5% increase over the next 10 years. And if we take $100,000 a year, even though it's actually been more than $100,000 a year over the last 10 years, there's $1 million that would be going towards our infrastructure upgrades and capacity expansion. So, you know, it's money that's not in our bank account that is otherwise missing. And I think it's obviously, when we look at our comparison between ourselves and Haldimand County, what's the difference between us and Haldimand County? $100 million is the difference. So it's little things like this that have, you know, added up over the years. And, you know, I guess one of the other questions, Sue, just also to clarify some of the misconceptions that are out there, even with the landlords, why can't we just turn off the water on every single delinquent account? What is the challenge with that in Norfolk?
Through the chair to Mayor Chop, we can. We just don't want to affect other people for one person's delinquency. But I don't believe that, oh, Jason wants to talk. I'm wrong. I guess I'm wrong. Let him speak.
No, she's right. The challenge is, and Jason Godby could provide more detail, in many cases where the shutoff or the servicing is, as Sue had put out, it's for the whole building. So not all the service shutoffs can be done per apartment. So we don't want to get into the situation where one apartment holder is causing the whole building to get their water shut off. In fact, we probably would be liable not to do that if we did create that situation. So in many cases, it's just the existing infrastructure that is there. It's impossible for us to isolate certain apartments for shut off.
That's it. Good.
Sorry, and just a point of clarity, I know the mayor did not intend to speak. It doesn't go to all the taxpayers. This ratepayers, so you have to remember that at the end of the day, there's only about 15,000 customers that are on our water system that pay for this. So, you know, that's $700,000, not divided by, you know, 600 or, 60,000 people. It's divided by 15,000 customers. So that the magnitude is even greater.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. So just on my question is on kind of following up with what Mayor Chop had spoken about and what Mr. Burgess just commented on. It would be possible, though, for a landlord who has more than one tenant. So if there's a fourplex with 4 tenants, 4 water bills, they could install individual water meters for each apartment. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Huffman, that's correct. At the landlord's expense, they wouldn't be county property, but that wouldn't change the service. That would just account for the usage so that they could determine who used what in which apartment.
Okay, but then couldn't water be shut off?
We'll let Jason Godby speak there.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jason.
Okay. We got an echo here, but thank you, through the chair to Councillor Huffman. Over time, we had a situation where for a lot of years we allowed multiple water meters to be installed within a single building that are fed by one single incoming water service pipe. So back about 2017, we took a hard stance on if you have a new multi-residential home, you will have one water service coming in, you will have one county-owned water meter installed in that building, which will be charged to the property owner. And then in the private plumbing downstream of our meter, if the landlord chooses, they could install their own separate private water meters. So essentially they can keep track of what each of their tenants are using and use that to bill based on consumption to their tenants. Or they could just take the bill that they get from Norfolk County and say divide it by 4 if there was 4 apartments. It's something that we've worked with a lot of landlords over the years to get the proper plumbing arrangements in place so that all the water that's going through and entering the building is being accounted for, and so that the appropriate individuals get the bills for the water that they have used.
Thank you.
Councillor Rabbits, Mayor Chop, Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, through you. I just wanted to have an opportunity to respond to Mayor Chop's comments regarding my concern. I wasn't bringing up the fact that we had a deputation in the past and looking for it in the report, but there was a motion. It was defeated by a councillor, and I just wanted to provide the public with that additional information, as in the past when we were discussing this very same issue, landlords were provided an opportunity to make a deputation or respond, and they may not feel that in this instance they've been afforded the same opportunity. So I'm just hearkening back to 2018 when this very same discussion was had, and if you're looking for some more information on that subject, June 26, 2018 is where you'll find it in the agenda and in the minutes. I am actually in favor of staff's recommendation. I don't feel that it is fair for the ratepayer to pay for someone's tenant's outstanding water bills. As a ratepayer myself, I am struggling to pay my own water bills. I don't see how it could possibly be fair for me to pay for delinquent tenants of my neighbors when they are refusing to pay for their water. So that's just why I provided that additional context, because we're not having that discussion tonight. That's a move forward idea that we're going to be having a public engagement plan. And we want to acknowledge that, we have heard from our landlords their concerns, and I think we need to make a decision this evening for the greater good, the decision that's going to impact the fewest amount of people. But looking at the report here, I see 100,000 is the budgeted amount, and I was hoping for a staff response to say, is that even adequate? What I think has substantially changed from 2018 to present date is the amount of arrears. And I was sort of asking you a leading question, and I'm looking at the financial services comments. It's on page 216. And from my perspective, what substantively changed is the amount of outstanding arrears. Like, we're looking at 385,000 2018, 457 2019, and now, it's projected to balloon to 770,000 in change. And so from my perspective, that's what substantively has changed. The amount of arrears, it seems as it's increasing, and that's going to put a real burden onto our ratepayers if we continue going forward status quo as we always have. So I was hoping for a staff response, just on the fact that we see that these numbers are increasing and they're being borne by the ratepayers, and we're also, looking at a budgeted amount of $100,000, and I don't even know if that's adequate.
Sorry, through the chair, I would agree with Councillor Rabbits. I would say that there's three major things that changed. One is the budget is inadequate. It's been a roll forward budget. The amounts, as you have outlined, have increased dramatically. The second issue is frankly what is going on with our water rates. This council has seen the rate study. We have forecasted, I would say, greater than double-digit inflationary increases for water going forward, and that's going to be borne by all water and water payers, and that's to deal with infrastructure and and a number of other issues. And thirdly, there was a request by this council to staff to go back and relook at everything we do. And this was another one that staff, they tried it in 2017 under a different council. This council has given refreshed orders to go back and look at, leave no stone unturned. This has come back to it with much bigger dollar amounts. I would also say, fourthly, as Sue has outlined, this is an administrative time sucker. To try to frankly do this. So you're just looking at these costs. These are dollar write-offs. We're spending thousands of dollars on top of this to manage to get people to pay their accounts. So I would say those are the three big items that have changed. It's this council's request to take a look at everything we do. It's what's going on in our water increases, and as you noted, the total amount of dollars that we're talking about at this point in time.
Mayor Chop.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Jason, for that clarification. That was just a slip of the tongue between the rate and the tax. But just further for Councillor Huffman, just because I asked the same question, but in simplistic terms, not all of the meters are all on an individual shut-off. So it's only one county meter with one shut-off going to a building with multiple users. So if you have one delinquent account and you only have one shut-off, but you have 5 other users, you would be cutting everybody's water off in the building as opposed to just that one person. So that's what we don't have, is that ability, which it's not the meter itself, it's the actual water shut-off. And so I guess the only other thing I wanted to add, Sue, or maybe over to Jason, just in terms of January does seem a little bit aggressive to bring in really in a month's time for landlords that need to get documents signed and either take deposits. I think they probably need some additional time to adjust rather than just a month. So what kind of timeline do you think might be sort of a suitable?
Through the chair to Mayor Chop, we could push it back to, that's what I was going to say, the first cycle that is actually billing for 2021 consumption. So be February. But we would still do our communications between now and then and our outreach to.
Yeah, I would say it's a valid point, Mayor, and I think it's up for this council to decide. I think there's two decisions. If you want to move in this direction, that decision is a fairly large decision, and then the execution date, can be amended if you believe landlords require more time to adjust, recognizing the fact that whatever the cutoff date is, as Sue has outlined, that's still going to be our responsibility on the general rate. So any bad debts up until that point in time will be there, and then we can transition over to a new system. And I would just say if council wants to extend the timeline, that staff can come back with some recommendations at council meeting to fill in a date that makes sense from a billing cycle point of view and a communication cycle point of view.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess also just with reference to what Councillor Huffman was asking about with the individual meters, and I think also perhaps to Mr. Godby's explanation of how that works. So just to be clear, it is not possible, I guess my question to Mr. Godby, it's not possible to attach shutoffs, individual shutoffs with the individual meters. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Michelli, that is possible. However, the water meters are within the private premise, and staff don't have the right to enter in except within very specified circumstances within our water bylaw. So when we turn water off to a property, it is turned off at the curb line. Most of you will have noticed around in your driveway or somewhere if you live in town, the small, like 3-inch diameter steel circle in your driveway or in your front yard. That is the location of the water shutoff valve, and that is where we actually turn it off. And that it is for that reason, because we have access to that, and we can't always get into a building either. So there's nothing to say that a tenant or a landlord could not have their own individualized shutoffs internally at the point of the meter where they could control that water flow to their units. So.
Thank you, Jason. So, and I guess I'm not sure if this is something that we can answer here, but I'm not sure that landlords under the provincial legislation would be allowed to turn off the individual water of a tenant on their own. So I think that would probably not work even if we could install those separate shutoffs.
Councillor Taylor, and then Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Chair Martin, and through you. I just want to make sure that if a landlord or a property owner is going to have the arrears put on their tax bill, that they're notified after that 60 days, because that might also provide them an opportunity to remedy the situation before it gets completely out of control for them. I think that would be an important step to take as well.
Through the chair to Councillor Taylor, that can be arranged. Currently, Earth sends out notices to whoever's on the account. So if the landlord's not on that account, but that would be an internal process that we could figure out within tax and revenue.
So the public meeting should encourage then the landlord to be on a joint account if they want notification before receiving a bill. Councillor Van Passen, then Mayor Chop.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is the right direction to go, but when I read the report, I thought maybe it was a typo that it said, to be implemented January 1st, 2021, because I don't even think you'd make it by 2022 if you push real hard to implement this policy. I cannot understand anywhere in law where if you enter into an agreement with one person and he doesn't pay you, that you can just go to somebody else and ask for the money from them. If I have a tenant who enters into an agreement with a rental company to rent a water heater and doesn't pay his bill, they can't come back to the land or the owner of the property to pay that. If they go to Leon's and buy new furniture and enter into agreement with Leon's, they can't go back to the property owner later on, or Leon can't collect their money from them. So why do we think that we're different? But to get it into that system, I think has merit, but then you run into those other problems that under the Privacy Act, well, first, the landlord cannot force the tenant to sign this authorization to release the information. We can't release the amount of the bill to the landlord under the Privacy Act. If it does get rolled over into the landlord's name and the billing is sent directly to the property owner, he can't just arbitrarily raise the rent according to the Landlord-Tenant Act to include the extra roughly $100 a month. You can't just say, I'm going to raise your rent by $100 a month. That doesn't work unless we go whining to the province to change the legislation, explain to them we're the ones who are changing the rules. So I'm thinking, if we put the word out there that by 2022, we might, this is going to be the new rules, landlords better get ready for it or you're going to be eating that $100 a month. If somebody doesn't pay their bill on day 61, turn it off and you don't turn it back on until they get the money back or the bill goes in somebody else's name. That'll get it changed. But to say in 5 weeks we're going to change a system that affects so many different levels of legislation down the road, I don't think that's doable.
Was that a question, if we could implement it in 2022?
Yes, do you agree that it's not doable?
Mr. Burgess?
I'll start it, and Ms. Bogner can correct me as I make my errors, but the reality is the rules are already placed under the Municipal Act. Just that the county is not using the rules under the Municipal Act to tax roll the amounts. The the issue with regards to privacy and all that, Ms. Bogner has provided as Appendix A, the tenant authorization to release account information to the landlord, a joint requirement for that, so that way they can access the information or they can get copies of the billings are provided. I would agree that there is, this would be a change to previous, how things ran in the county previously, and there would be an adjustment period for that. But at the end of the day, the Municipal Act is clear. Most municipalities, do tax roll unpaid items to the property owner itself, because that is the way for us to collect our fees. The landlords would have a number of tools that they can put in place, whether that be deposits that they require. And on renewal, they can ask for increased deposits at that point in time. They can, as Mr. Godby has alluded to in other examples, there are examples where landlords just charge the water as part of the rental agreement to them. It may be metered separately and charged direct based upon the private meters there. But there are far more options for the landlord to undertake tools to manage this risk, where as the county, we have almost no tools to manage this risk, and the only tool that we actually do have, we're not using. And then therefore we're faced with increasing write-offs. So, I would say that both yourself and Mayor Chop have raised questions about transition period, and I think if that's an issue, we can certainly take a look at that. But that's after the initial question, frankly, of does this council, want to move forward with using the tools under the Municipal Act? I don't know if I missed anything, Sue?
Sure, go ahead. Sorry. Okay, Councillor Van Passen,
See,
you
I
can
stand
respond.
corrected that we should implement this next week because no more tenants are going to pay their water bills because they don't have to anymore. The landlord's on the hook from now on.
Sue?
Through the chair, just to clarify, if we're able to disconnect single service, we do disconnect today, and that is an option. So to say that we don't, or that we have no options for tenants, it's the ones that are in multi that we cannot disconnect. But if we're able, if someone's renting a house and they're the only ones in it, we will disconnect until they pay. So they're not always going to end up with the landlord in that case. So for your example, starting tomorrow, if a tenant doesn't pay and we're able to shut it off, we will shut it off. So that's the tools that we're able to have. It gets complicated when it's multiple service or when the account's final, meaning that the tenant has moved on and we can't find them, so the collection agency has to chase.
Councillor Van Passen, your microphone is still on. Mayor Chop, and then Councillor Michelle.
And your proposal is to not be retroactive on any of those accounts. This would all only be moving forward.
Through the chair to the mayor, that's correct.
And that 100,000 that we're going to continue to add for write-offs that Councilor Ravitz thought was perhaps even insufficient, that means that the ratepayers of next year that may not even live in Norfolk County yet are still actually kind of on the hook for some of these write-offs in the future. So welcome to Norfolk, and you can pay some backwater bills for people that may not even live here anymore themselves.
Councilor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't necessarily disagree with the staff recommendation, and the financial parts of this make sense. I just do have to harken back to what Councillor Ravitz was referring to earlier, and I think Councillor Van Pasten has alluded to it also. With all of these, you know, from a landlord's point of view, impediments to doing business, it may not be a tremendous surprise to wonder why the supply of rental accommodation in Norfolk County continues to dwindle.
Mr. Burgess.
I think we need to take a look at dealing with this not through charging other ratepayers. You know, like at the end of the day, you know, there's lots of landlords out there, frankly, who either take deposits, bill this out. There's lots of landlords doing the right thing. And there's also tenants, frankly, who are paying their bills. We're talking about, you know, a number of tenants who have racked up $700,000 with it. So to not change your ways, I'm not sure, you know, there's a definition of insanity. You keep doing the same thing expecting a different result. I'm not sure we're going to get anywhere. I think there are other things that would be more appropriate that, you know, this council could take a look at. There are lots of municipalities where the municipality and the, you know, Enbridge or the gas company and other ones put funds together that are then distributed to those in need who have, you know, fiscal challenges, and those monies are handed out. Like there's, Enbridge has, I can't remember, they have a program there that some United Ways operate and hand money out, or community banks, food banks do. There are a lot of ways to deal with people who are in need that require a financial support. That doesn't mean it's a direct hit to the ratepayer, and if that's an issue, and you know, and I think landlords, you know, there is no motivation at this point in time for a landlord to engage in any practices, because he's got no skin in the game on this. So if he knows he's not going to get dinged for this, then why would he take any measures whatsoever to mitigate the solution? So at least putting some skin in the game may change that. But I think if the answer is we need more affordable rent and therefore we should subsidize a select number of renters through the water rate program, there's a logical disconnect to that to me. I think if it's affordable housing that we need and affordable utilities, then one of the things you can do, frankly, to lower the cost of utilities is not have $700,000 worth of write-offs so that we can have more affordable utilities, or to set up a specific program to deal with those who are fiscally in need and aren't just playing the system. Because, you know, I'm sure if Ms. Bugner goes back, there are some repeat offenders that know what the system is, and they can bounce from one to another and never pay their water bill because they know that they can't get impacted by that. So I think there's better tools in place to deal with affordable housing issues and affordable water rates, but I wouldn't use rate subsidy as part of that toolbox.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I was just wondering, in following up with what Mayor Chop had mentioned about the implementation date, even February seems, I was just wondering about like March 1st, if we can, okay, so we can, that's been looked at, sorry Jason. Okay.
My apologies, I did not have my red button on. If council directs, gives direction to staff to come back with date alternatives for implementation, between now and council meeting, we can come back with some of those date recommendations. We would have to time up billing cycles and that kind of stuff, so that's why I don't want to commit to a date rate tonight on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I do recall that part of the discussion now. My apologies.
Okay, there's a recommendation on 218, and it sounds like we're going to maybe make some amendments to it. Does anyone want to? Mayor Chop?
I'll move the staff recommendation with the addition that staff come back at the next council meeting with options on date alternatives for implementation. And the only thing I was going to add on to that, but maybe there is nothing that can be done, Sue, is there a practice in other municipalities where a landlord, if the tenant hasn't paid in X number of months, is able to contact the water company to engage in that shutdown on their, shut off on their own? Like, I'm just wondering what tools there are for, you know, to protect landlords in the sense that.
Through the chair to Mayor Chop, to be honest, I'm not sure, but I have some colleagues in Kawartha Lakes that went through quite a significant transition, and I can see what they have. There are municipalities where the tenant permission isn't required. Those municipalities have just mandated that all accounts will be registered to the property owner, thereby eliminating tenants altogether. So that may be how that's handled, and by removing the tenant and the privacy altogether. But I can look into further what suggestions there are.
Okay, thanks, Sue. I think that's was one of my concerns, or even whether the account itself is automatically registered to the property owner, or if the property owner would, number one, have automatic, as opposed to trying to force some of these people to sign a paper that they may just, if they don't sign the paper, then I agree, then there is no protection for the landlord in that case. So I think for myself, it would be to move the staff recommendation, and then at next council meeting to come back with date alternatives for implementation, as well as tools that are used in other municipalities to ensure landlord protection.
I saw your hand, but can I get a seconder for the motion? Councillor Huffman. Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, that if you're going to make two parties jointly responsible, then the bill should be in both names, and, you know, pick one that you mail to, or they choose which one to mail to. But, you know, again, I don't see how we can just, you know, engage in a contract with one person, but going to bill it to somebody else. But another little bit of information I wouldn't mind seeing, and probably just be circulated, the arrears from 2018, there's 280,000, 219 is 450. What is the policy, like what interest rate do they charge every month, and does it go into default after a certain amount of time where we're charging 24% interest rates, or?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, there is interest. It's charged by the billing company and it's added to the account every month, and it accumulates, and when it moves over to the collection agency, it continues to accumulate interest.
But is it at, like our tax rate is?
As high as it can be.
It's
I believe
like,
it is. It's 1.25 a month.
Yeah, so that's 15%, so those numbers double every 5 years, what's outstanding, if you keep tacking that interest on. And so sometimes the older they get, the more they get skewed, right? So.
It's generally, we're adding to the accounts, though. It might be the same people, but it's an additional people too, or it's they're also registered with the credit bureau when they're registered in collections. So if they ever require funds from a financial institution, they may be required to come back to Norfolk County or to Earth and to settle their bill, because it's going to be on their credit score. So that is one fail-safe option for us to maybe collect the money one day. But I'm not 100% sure of the interest rate that they charge, but they do charge interest for being late. But I believe this isn't the same people, just escalated. The only reason I can say that for fact is that I see the lists of accounts, and I see that X number is being transferred to Earth on a regular basis, from Earth to collections on a regular basis.
Again, we have to solve the problem, but, you know, I read through the report, 385,000 in arrears 2018, and we set aside 100,000. Then there's 457, we set aside 100,000. Now there's projecting 770, and we set aside 100,000. Like, we're not keeping tabs on it, you know.
Mayor Chop.
Well, I agree with Councillor Van Bass, and that time you're right, 700,000. Well, we should add 700,000 to next year's ratepayers and add another percent on their increase for these additional arrears that that we know that we're accumulating, or we can solve the problem. And just, I know you've raised it. I thought staff answered it, but you raised it again. Was how can one enter into a contract with one party but make another liable? And you said, well, you don't understand how that's possible. How that's possible is the law through the Municipal Act.
Seeing no further hands, let's call the vote. All in, do you want to read that actually for us, Andy? Yes.
So there is some stuff in here. Obviously, this item will be pulled for next week and amended as necessary. So that report CS 2036 tenant water and wastewater arrears be received, and that all tenants arrears 60 days overbilled after January 1st, 2021 shall be transferred to the tax roll of the owner of the property to which the water or wastewater service was supplied, and that 27,000 previously set up as water and wastewater write-off allowance be applied to the current outstanding tenant arrears balances, and that in an effort to continue to reduce tenant arrears balances as of December 31st, 2020, future rate-supported operating budgets continue to budget an annual amount of $100,000 until all remaining tenant arrears as of December 31st, 2020 have been collected and written off, and further that a communication plan including 2 public engagement sessions begin immediately, and that staff report back at the council meeting on November 17th, 2020 with alternative dates for implementation and recommendations for tools to aid implementation.
Unless I'm, thank you, Andy. Just a slight correction, the second paragraph, 60 days overdue billed, I believe you just read overbilled, which is fine. And then in the third one, further that, I believe you said 27,000, it's 270,000, unless I'm crazy. But if not, then I'm sorry, but slight corrections there. Okay, seeing no further comments, we'll call the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that's carried. The next staff report was going to be CS 2037, but we've pulled that as per a staff request, so I think this is a great opportunity for a bit of a break. It's 6:22. Do we want to come back around the table around 10 to 7? 10 to 7.
10 to 7.
unfavorable variances for salary gapping, declared emergency leave, and seasonal staff vacancies. We have favorable variance expected in winter control of $500,000. This is due to favorable winter conditions and the minimum standards as approved in the 2020 budget deliberations. An unfavorable variance amounting to $2.4 million for unbudgeted allowances for outstanding capital receivables, assessment changes, and vested properties. These adjustments are being recommended to continue to place the county on solid financial footing. For impacts related to COVID-19, we had unfavorable net expenditures of $2.6 million presented on page 1-68 of the package. In short, the COVID-19 costs include things like PPE, legal fees, the Board of Health requests such as the EMR. To offset these costs, we have COVID-19 funding. Some of the material funding that we have applied to this area is $3.66 million from the Safe Restart Municipal Operating Phase 1 Unconditional Grant. And we have also applied over $2 million of funds from the Mandatory Health Programming, which is eligible to be used to provide relief to COVID-19 costs. Also contributing to this surplus, corporately, we have experienced materials and supplies and services savings due to service changes and closures related to the pandemic. Of note, we are estimating approximately $0.7 million of under expenditure related in the CES area alone. Cost containment efforts by departments in efforts to delay expenditures to offset the additional costs of COVID-19 are estimated to provide $1.5 million of favorable variances. Barring any unforeseen events, if these results hold to year end, this will be the first year since 2012 that the results of the levy operating will be in a surplus position at year end. For the rate supported operating budget, a surplus of $485,000 is forecasted to year end, which equates to 2% of the approved 2020 rate budget. Just a couple of the highlights for the variances include a favorable variance of $464,000 for salary gapping and an unfavorable variance of $205,000 for reassessed property values at 3 locations, which has resulted in higher than anticipated taxes. I'd like to conclude this presentation with a word of caution that these estimates are quite fluid and they're likely to change as the year continues. A specific area of uncertainty relates to the financial implications of Norfolk County's pandemic response. If there are any questions related to this report, we're happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions from committee to staff? Councillor Columbus.
Yes, I just wondered, Madam Chair, if sometime with respect to residents not being able to pay their taxes this year, where are we? Have you noticed a high incidence of taxes not being paid to the end of September 30th?
So, Councillor Columbus, I can try to speak to that. In terms of the information I have handy, we have projected that we will not be experiencing a deficit in property tax penalty, even though we waived penalties for COVID-19 for a number of months. So to me, that indicates, because we are meeting our budget expectation, that yes, uncollected taxes are higher than in the past. We're happy to pull together that information and provide it to council through an email after the meeting.
Thank you.
Mayor Chop.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to give a big thanks once again to our finance staff for putting the budget variance report together. It was one of the things I spoke about often during the campaign, that you can't run a corporation of this size without a variance report to see where we're at throughout the year. So it only took 20 years in Norfolk County, but they're doing it now on a regular basis, and I want to thank you guys for doing such a great job.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I want to thank staff as well that they did a very good job. Might even end up with a little bit of a surplus, but we also did postpone or delay a bunch of capital projects. We changed a bunch of things. We were proactive dealing with COVID and, tried to stop a bunch of projects ahead of time. And yes, we had a bunch of extra expense due to COVID, but we, I think, more than offset it. And is there going to be anything coming down the road because of those delays where we might have to double up on some road repairs or bridge repairs? So, it's great that we're here right now, but let's just sort of look at 2020 as a one-off and not look at 2021 as being expected to be the same. I don't know if staff have any comment on what we did defer, and a lot of them were capital projects that tend to go over budget, right?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Van Passen. So in the budget drivers, there's approximately $1.5 million of items that were planned to proceed in the levy operated budget that we did defer due to cost containment. So many of those things, you're right, are going to come back, and we have included some of those items in the capital plan that was approved. So as you know, we did have a slightly higher capital plan this year request. However, it also has resulted in work plans being shifted. So because we have limited resources, Norfolk County and project managers can only do so many things, it has pushed some projects down the line. So this is adding to our infrastructure gap. However, we will probably in the levy budget, we're still working on the levy budget right now, but we are expecting to see an increase in one-time items because we did not complete many of the one-time items from 2020.
Mayor Chop? Sorry, Mayor Chop, did you have something?
I just wanted to provide clarity because we're looking at the levy supported operating budget in this variance report. So the capital projects were falling in under our capital status that we had just looked at, unless I'm missing something here.
But it's like a lot of things. We take levy dollars, put them in a capital reserve, take them out of the capital reserve to pay for the capital project. So it follows us. It's the same taxpayer saying, got to pay the money, right?
That is true, but I'm not seeing that's not accounted for in this report here. We just went through the capital status. Okay, just so there's no confusion.
We also did things like we cut down on how often they were cutting the parks, and we did a lot of things because we had to commit resources to COVID. And once this all goes away, hopefully by next year we get back to normal, so those operating costs will come back up a little bit. So we're in a little blip, and we've got staff paying attention. They're bringing it to our attention. So yes, after 20 years, we're getting there.
That I will agree with parks and so on. It was just I wanted to make the clarification for the media and those listening in terms of roads, those projects.
Any further questions of staff? Okay, recommendation on page 238. Is there a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Rabbits, Councillor Columbus. Further discussion? None. All in favor? And that's carried. Next staff report is CS 20-40, capital receivable status.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Kathy LaPlante, the treasurer, will present this report summarizing the outstanding capital receivables and some recommendations we have moving forward.
Thank you, Shelley, and thank you, Chair Martin and members of council. This report in front of council tonight is provided to council with staff recommendations to address uncollected receivable balances that council was apprised of back in August of this year. These receivables exist basically as a result of the past treatment of capital projects and external funding. In August, staff committed to further investigate the outstanding balances, and in addition, in order to mitigate exposure to credit risk on future projects, council approved a process change that would suspend work on all future capital projects that had uncollected external financing, unless of course specifically approved by council. So over a number of years that date back, some date pre-2011, we have approximately $860,000 that has accumulated in outstanding receivables, and that mainly comprises of 8 capital projects. These projects were funded from external sources such as donation, sale proceeds, or contributions. Through further investigation and follow-up, staff have provided additional information on each of the projects and is recommending to clear and write off the balances of 5 projects totaling approximately $603,000 and funding the outstanding balance of 1 project from the sale of timber. For the other 2 projects, staff is recommending further investigation and a subsequent report be provided for council's consideration. So details of each of the projects have been provided within the report, so I won't go through the details of each of the balances. However, if council has any questions, I would be more than pleased to respond.
Thanks, Kathy. Are there any questions, committee, to staff? Councillor Columbus.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just how hard are we pursuing these collections? Like, do we have, what is the process? Can you give us that in a short form? The process for collecting these outstanding accounts?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, for the ones that the 8 particular ones we are talking about, we have gone through as much as we can through the financial statements and any financial information we have. We've reached out to past employees. We have reached out to some of the donors also, and that's why there is 2 of them that we haven't fully, we still want to reach out to the donors, etc., to find more information. At the time of this report, we still hadn't been able to reach them. For anything going forward, you should not see these receivables in the future because our suggestion is that the fundraising is committed to at the beginning of the project and collected in Norfolk County has the funds first before a project actually begins or is initiated. But again, that will be council's discretion and be dealt with by for each capital project.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I don't have a question, maybe just as much as a comment for staff. When the report comes back concerning the Port Dover ballpark relocation, I would appreciate maybe just some communication with the Lions Club on that. I know that they're aware of this section and they are anticipating some dialogue from the county. So if we could do that project certainly before my time, but maybe, yeah, Councillor Columbus, if you have something to add.
Yes, I have another question. It's with respect to the Port Rowan waterfront development. There is some kind of a reserve fund in Port Rowan that's been sitting there for 2 or 3 years. I don't know exactly how much it has in it, but it was something to do with the sale of something. And I just wondered, can those monies be put towards this Port Rowan waterfront development?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, you're correct. There is a reserve, and I believe it's called Waterfront Development. This project actually had a $10,000 donation allocated to the project. Staff is we're just uncertain what the project actually is and what it was consisting of. So that's why we're trying to reach out to the members that community services staff is actually reaching out to the community members that were part of this project to see if we can find more information and if that reserve actually has anything to do with the project. So definitely if we determine that is so, we'll definitely recommend that the reserve, I don't believe there's that much left in the reserve. I believe it's around $40,000, but we will definitely be recommending to offset a portion of the outstanding balance.
Yes, I thought it was about 40,000. So.
Okay, final call. Any questions to staff on this report? Seeing none, there is a recommendation, page 243. Does someone wish to move that or present an alternative? Councillor Rabbits, Mayor Chop, and all in favor? That is carried. Staff report CS 20-19, purchasing policy update. Shelley, any?
Thank you, Chair Martin. The purpose of this report is to provide an update to the Norfolk County purchasing policy to permit the continuation of the submission of bids through an electronic process, excuse me, as a method to streamline county business processes. Attachment A to this report identifies the changes that are necessary to permit this process to continue, along with some minor housekeeping changes with respect to renaming of staff positions and county divisions. As noted in the report, staff continually review the purchasing procedures to assure alignment with the policy and efficiency with the county's procurement processes. As part of the procedural changes, Public Works has requested that the minimum benchmark scoring requirements for engineering RFPs be changed from a minimum of 80% that was implemented at the request of engineering in 2013 through a report to Council PW 1321, and request it to be aligned with the corporate standard benchmark score of 70%. And staff are certainly appreciative of this standardization and supportive of this request. Further update to the policy has been identified as part of the work plan in 2021. We had hoped to get to a more detailed review of the policy in 2020. However, staff members in the procurement area have been quite busy doing some strategic sourcing for the pandemic efforts, but we will ensure that it is completed in 2021. And with that, we'll assist with any questions that committee may have.
Thanks, Shelley. Questions? Mayor Chop.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Shelley. Do you have any insight as to why engineering requested back in 2013 a non-standard or higher than standard min scoring? Which, just so everybody understands, that means that that's part of the reason we would have been disqualifying bidders, correct?
Through the chair to Mayor Chop, I believe it was a recommendation at the time through the engineering department. They felt that they needed to have a higher quality, a higher benchmark score for engineering works and the detailed analysis that contributes to that. Other than that, I don't have any additional details. Other than the staff are certainly supportive of that consistent benchmark score of 70%.
But as a result of, just to sort of clarify for council and for the public, as a result of that higher benchmark scoring, it means that we were also having fewer bids that qualified.
Through the chair, that is correct, Mayor Chop.
So when we've often, since the beginning of this council, when we've seen certain RFPs come back and we're only seeing 1 and 2 bidders, that is in part the reason is that several of these bids are being disqualified.
Through the chair, to just follow up with Mayor Chop's comments, we'd have to do the detailed analysis on the number of bids that have been disqualified over that period of time, but certainly having a higher benchmark score, it's more difficult to meet that threshold, and so you do lose that competitive advantage with that high benchmark.
And just further clarity as well for the public, Shelley, so a higher benchmark score doesn't mean better quality necessarily. In fact, when you look at engineering firms, a very large engineering firm may not qualify even when based on our scoring methodology, yet somebody very small may well.
Through the chair, yes, that could happen, as Mayor Chop has explained.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have just one question for you. Is 10%, is that a normal adjustment? Are we still in a range that other municipalities are seeking? Or is this kind of a last-ditch effort for us to attract some different bidders, and are we just testing the water out? Is this 10%, is that a normal change?
Thank you, Chair Martin. 70% benchmark is very reasonable across our Ontario Public Buyers Association, all of our colleagues across Ontario. So I think that is a reasonable standard to set.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any further questions. So we have a staff recommendation on page 245 and carries over to 246. Is there a mover and a seconder? Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Michelli. And all in favor? Carried. The next staff report is CS 20-45, modification to county grant policy. Shelley?
Thank you, Chair Martin. The purpose of this report is to seek some modifications to the current eligibility criteria and process related to the County Council grant policy for the 2021 grant period to allow more flexible funding opportunities for groups to adapt to the COVID pandemic. In response to the pandemic, staff are recommending adapting the annual grant application for 2021 to focus on support for organizations and events that demonstrate innovation in adapting programs and activities, which will allow for reimbursement of expenses to meet safety requirements and allow events to proceed or support innovative approaches to ensure the safe reopening of events for cultural destinations. Grandparented events are recommended to continue to be allocated as outlined within the policy. Staff are also recommending that the funding application submission deadline be changed. It has passed from October 1st, 2020, and the new deadline would be January 31st, 2021. Staff has recommended that initial reviews be conducted by an internal committee led by financial services, presented to SLT for approval, and all recommendations moving forward to council. A future report addressing a more complete review of the County Council grant application process and options is planned to be presented in council in the summer of 2021, which will also include undertaking a complete review and update to the policy. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have tonight.
Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, through you. COVID-19, it's made 2020 a really difficult year for a lot of historic organizations that have been grandfathered in and awarded grants. And I'm just curious if we've awarded any monies to any, say, county fairs or any of these long-standing grant recipients that perhaps have had their event canceled or rescheduled. What does that look like for those recipients of those grandfathered grants?
Thank you for your question through the chair. For the current year, the way we administered the program is we contacted each and every grant recipient, including the grandparented grants, to determine if they were moving forward with their what they had applied for, or in the grandparented grants, if they were going forward with their regular event. And if they were going forward with their event with COVID-19, we did provide the funds. However, we did not provide funds where groups were not going forward with their event as applied for, or if the intent, like the grandparented grants were provided based on an intent of what they were doing, whether it was the Pumpkin Fest or the fair, whichever the grandparented grants events were. If they were not moving forward, we did not provide the funds. Sorry for that long-winded answer. I don't have the list in front of me, Councillor Rabbits, but we could get that for you and send it out if you're interested to know the exact groups that we did and did not provide the grants to.
Thank you for that. I'm sure all of council would appreciate that information, and we can always have that in a subsequent report when you're coming back with this other information. Thank you.
Any further questions? Shelley, could you repeat the section that is going to review the applications to me? It's going through senior leadership and then we'll come forward. Is that the current process?
Through the chair, thank you, Chair Martin, for that question. No, that is a revised process that we are recommending for 2021. The previous process was that it would go through our TDAB committee, and we're suggesting, because of the short timelines and time frame, that we kind of consider it similar to our budget process, and we bring forward that financial services review to the senior leadership team, and then bring forward the information for council to consider.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. No further questions. There's a recommendation printed, page 295. Councillor Rabbits.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Huffman. Further discussion, debate? All in favor? Carried. Single source funding application services, CS 20-46.
Thank you, Chair Martin. And to wrap up the corporate services reports in tonight's agenda, I'm going to pass it over to Kathy LaPlante, who will talk about this initiative.
Thank you, Chair Martin and members of council. This request before you tonight is a little different one from corporate services. And what we're requesting for council approval to single source a funding application service. Norfolk County, within financial services, we are completing over 250 different kinds of operating and capital financial reports, reconciliation, budget submissions, claim submissions to all different various federal and provincial governments and agencies, which is time consuming. And to date, we actually were quite caught up in our reporting, and COVID hit, and now we're behind again, but we're still moving forward to keep up and ensure all our reporting requirements are met. However, there's even additional funding opportunities coming out from the federal and provincial government. They require substantial more information, there are shorter submissions, and they're becoming more complicated. With the pandemic issue, there has been probably 20 different applications just for funding that we've had to make, and a lot of different reporting and details that we've had to provide on our expenses, et cetera, to these government agencies, and it's quite time consuming. But overall, the other side of the basket is that we may be missing out on some opportunities for funding that we're not aware of. And we're recommending grant match as a single source. It's a well-known, reputable company. There's a lot of other municipalities that have used the grant match, such as Brockton, Kawartha Lakes, North Granville, Orangeville, Town of Muskoka, Callander, and Ingersoll, and many more. There is a fee for service that's outlined in the report. However, we're not, we can pick and choose which grants that we do have and work with grant match. So we would strategically work with them on that. And they will also provide some other services to ensure that we're not missing out on the funding opportunities. And even if it's not federal or provincial, they'll look at other organizations for funding opportunities. So with that, if council has any questions, I'd be pleased to answer them.
Thanks, Kathy. Questions? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, and through you. Kathy, is the benchmarking exercise that they complete built into that costing for the first year, into that $1 million, or is that an added expense?
Through the chair to Councillor Taylor, yes, I believe the benchmarking is a service they provide.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Several years ago, the Council of the Day approved the hiring of a grant writer in the Corporate Services Division. Is that person still employed here, or that position still filled?
Through the mayor to Councillor Columbus, just from memory, I believe way back probably in 2005 or 7, I'm really guessing here, that there wasn't a position that was hired to seek revenue opportunities. It wasn't necessarily only for federal, provincial grants, et cetera, but it was maybe to look into increasing revenues also, like all the low-hanging revenues from like billboard revenues, et cetera. That position has been repurposed, and within financial services, our financial analysts actually are responsible for the revenue opportunities and also completing all the claims and reporting requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, through you. My question for Shelley and Kathy and the team is about reporting relationships. What, if we approved of this request, When could we expect regular and reliable reporting to come back to council? Would it be on a biannual basis, an annual basis? And would we have an opportunity to have a representative of Grant Match actually appear before this council to maybe answer any questions that we may have of them?
Through the chair to Councillor Rabbit's great questions. I'm certain that we can build that into the project if council is supportive of the recommendations move forward. I think it's reasonable to have a semi-annual update, and certainly if council would like a representative from Grant Match to have a discussion with council, we can certainly arrange that deputation.
That would be this councillor's preference. Thank you.
Councillor Michelle, then Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Shelley. I know that the intent would be for us to have some options about even once we engage with Grant Match to choose certain types of grant applications that we would do in-house. What would be the general criteria for deciding that one that Norfolk County would apply for and one that we do through Grant Match?
Through the chair, Councillor Michelle, I believe our feeling at this time would be what we would be looking at for the Grant Match is to review or be responsible or complete the grants opportunities for lower level or lower dollar amounts for grant funding, and the ones that we may be missing out. The larger ones we would probably prefer to do. Norfolk County would probably want control over the larger grants, infrastructure grants. However, that doesn't mean to say that if the deadlines are very aggressive, we may need to engage and Grant Match to assist us. Jason, Mr. Burgess may have more comment on what he envisions.
Sure, thank you. Just to add on to Kathy's correct. The other criteria we'd look at is programs that we may be very familiar with, that we have understanding of, and we've been successful in the past. We probably would not outsource that to Grant Match. One of the things Grant Match does, they used to operate under our name Fair Tax, and then they changed their name, but one of the benchmarking exercises they do is they come in and they say, listen, for a county of your size with this budget, running these programs, I'll compare you to other counties and see what they're getting, what programs they're getting, and they'll identify potentially programs that we're not either applying to or getting funding for, and those would probably be the ones that would also be up for them to do, because if we haven't had history in applying for them, they would, we would probably direct them to do that. The other issue I would say is that at the end of the day, our team only has so much capacity to do so many applications and filings. So we would probably take the ones, like I said, that we're most familiar with and efficient with, and then farm out the other ones. So the other thing is sometimes the government puts out new programs, and because they're filing for, they may be filing on behalf of 20, 30, or 40 and have been successful in the past. They have, they have better knowledge than us doing a first-time grant. So that's another reason why you'd use them if they have previous experience with the program.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'm going to have a hard time explaining how we can give up 10% of some money when municipalities really only got two options to apply for grants. That's the federal government and the province. It's not like a charity that has lots of different sources and little pockets that they can go looking for. We either get it from the feds or the province, and those programs are all announced, and it's not like they come as a surprise. Now, a lack of capacity, a short time frame, experience, I understand all that, but $1 million grant, they get $100 grand for doing that. That's a full-time staff member right there. Are they going to be successful? As the CEO has said, that they have experience, they write the same grant for 20 different municipalities for the same program. We got to do each one individually. I understand that, but they might have to do a little bit better sales job before I'm buying into this one. but, is there logic in hiring an outside consultant? There's only 2 stores to go shopping at.
Go ahead, Mr. Burgess.
So currently, federally and provincially, there's over 4,200 funds that that you can apply to or programs to. So we don't track that many funds. Also, it's a misnomer that we can only apply to provincial and federal funds. There are funds such as Trillium funds and other things where municipalities are not actually excluded from. The other thing is when you're doing joint ventures with not-for-profit organizations. So, for example, one of our seniors clubs would be eligible for certain funds that a municipality is not eligible for. We could use grant funding into a number of funds that would not be federal or provincially based. So there's lots of other funding opportunities. There's for nature programs and a whole bunch of other ones. There's national Rotary programs that municipalities have been received funds for and that kind of stuff. So there's a whole slew of funds out there that we're not even looking to that other municipalities have been successful in getting, just because we don't monitor it. And the other issue is, I don't know how big their team is, but they probably have 25 or 30 people monitoring stuff. We don't, unless it comes through one of our newswire services, we're not really actively monitoring what's out there. We're getting we're essentially applying for what, when we get an email saying, hey, there's a new government announcement and here's some funding and apply to it, that's all we're really applying to. We don't have anyone actively scouring the marketplace looking for funding opportunities. And I would agree with you. Someone might say, well, geez, if you were successful on 10% on $1 million, that's $100,000. But they might do 5 or 6 programs and only be successful on 1, and it didn't cost us the time and material for us to do 5 or 6 applications. So there is a trade-off. The key thing with this contract, though, I just want to be clear, is where other companies, where you sign up for them, and they essentially have all the grants that they get to take, this one's very clear, and they do it because they're a big client base as municipalities. They can identify and say, you should be applying for the green fund, and we say, yeah, we know that, and we have to direct them. So we only pick and choose the ones that we don't think that we're going to be successful on. So, that's a challenge. But just to be clear, there's a lot of funds out there that we're not chasing that I think we could can do better on. And I think this sets us up for 2021 and 2022, where if we can pick up an extra $100,000, $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 in grant revenue that we would have missed on, I think, it all helps with no actual incremental cost to the taxpayer.
Seeing no further comments, I think, Shelley, you're going to kill me. In the budget Shark Tank, you made a phenomenal suggestion that probably contradicts what we're talking about here, although I do support what we're talking about here. It's maybe a suggestion you could share with council for down the road. If we learn a lot from this program, if we start to learn about the other funding sources and build on it and document it over the years, then maybe we could implement a bit of your solution. And I'm putting you on the spot here, but I think it's worth sharing because it's directly from public input that actually the public asked us to do. So can I just put you on the spot and have you share the bones of your suggestion? I'm sorry.
Sure, thanks, Chair Martin. So one of the items that we had discussion during our Shark Tank day, and it will be coming forward as we present various different options on December 8th for council as information purposes. But one of the strategies we were looking at was enhanced community engagement and how we can allocate sufficient resources so that we're out there in our community talking to the groups and individuals. And it sort of aligns with our participatory budgeting strategy we've mentioned throughout the course of the year as well. And the analogy I used was, if we have a capital forecast that's planned out for 10 years, we should be able to talk to our community groups and say, this is what's forecasted in the budget. Is there any opportunities to partner with some of these community groups and raise funds, keeping in mind there are some restrictions, as the county clerk will remind us, on licensing requirements, but can we raise some funds on those projects? And we heard this time and time again throughout the budget engagement survey about the collaboration and the engagement that the community wants. So I think this is a really good proposal that we can talk about in much more detail with council, but I think there's a lot of advantages potentially for the county to consider with something like this.
Thank you. Okay, looking around the room, I see no further questions. Does somebody wish to move the staff recommendation, page 298, Mayor Chop, seconded by Councillor Taylor? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you all for your presentations. Mr. Godby, PW 20-57. Whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. What you have here in front of you is a report to hire an engineer under the Drainage Act for the Langtree Drain. Essentially, council has already appointed the firm of K Smart Associates to do work within the Langtree Municipal Drain watershed. The primary purpose of their assignment was first to do basically a maintenance reassessment of the existing drainage report, do an assessment of the drain to see what, if any, future works are required or improvements there. Secondly, we have assigned K-Smart to look at an existing drainage problem in the area of Greens Corners, which is also within this overall drainage watershed. So during the mandatory processes, a landowner information meeting was held, and a property owner came forward with some additional drainage concerns that they were looking to have resolved. Essentially, with staff and with the drainage engineer and through conversations with the neighbors, they were trying to find a way in which they could handle this without a Drainage Act petition. However, those efforts were not successful. Therefore, we are in receipt of a petition from the landowner. So as part of the whole Drainage Act process, we are now looking to assign a drainage engineer to this file to look at what possibilities exist. It is staff's recommendations that since this area requiring drainage is currently within the Langtree drain area, that we would just extend that work to be part of the work that's already being looked at by K-Smart. So if there's any other questions about that, I will gladly answer them.
Councillor Columbus.
Jason, in addition to the petitioners, the White family, I guess, how many property owners will be affected by this White petition?
Some preliminary work that was done by K-Smart in order to assess whether this was viable, if there was a relatively easy solution. It looks like there would be approximately 4 other properties impacted, including the road authority. We would have a road crossing that would need to be installed in order to provide that legal and adequate outlet for the water.
So those property owners would all have to contribute financially once the engineer's report's done, I take it?
Yes, all through the chair to Councillor Columbus, all of the assessment schedules would still need to be developed should this proceed through that Drainage Act process, and that those assessments would be doled out as per the usual manner in any other drainage report.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this has been an ongoing problem there for years, but And I know that our staff have been working with all the landowners in there, trying to come up with like the mutual drain solution. And I guess that didn't work out. I've been out there several times. And yeah, this is the last resort is to petition as municipal drain. When we have an engineer working on it already, the equipment will be there working on the rest of the drain, so we should be able to cut some costs considerably by doing this just as an addition, so I'd be happy to move the recommendation.
Okay, moved by Councillor Van Passen. Is there a seconder? Councillor Rabbits, further discussion, debate, seeing none. All in favor? That is carried. And I believe we are on to our very last staff report. PW 20-58, Mr. Godby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to council. This report is requesting an engineering fee increase for the Constable John Barrow Memorial Bridge replacement project, which is currently ongoing. For simplicity's sake, that is the bridge on the Queensway East by the Tim Hortons here in Simcoe. Essentially, the history on this is that we had initiated the required Class EA process with the firm of G. Douglas Valley Limited back in 2019, April 2019. Through that EA process, they've come down with a number of options of bridge design. There's been some preliminary engineering work done in order to determine the feasibility and produce the recommended solution. Essentially, we're now looking for council authorization to have G. Douglas Valley Limited complete the engineering design work of this bridge. It's all within our overall budgeted allotment. The reason for this request is that we had only had council approval for execution of the contract with Valley's office for $160,000 overall to complete the engineering design. We're looking to shift some funds from what was slotted in for construction into our engineering budget in order to complete this, totaling of approximately $400,000. Staff have reviewed this and determined that based on the value of the overall bridge, that estimate is well within line with what we would expect on a project of this magnitude. If approved, we would be looking to have the final design drawings and tender documents completed and distributed this fall, likely late December, and get going on this bridge replacement. I will also note that this is a project where we have received Connecting Link funding on, and overall we do anticipate Connecting Link funding in the amount of $3 million out of the total $3.86 million project cost. And staff are looking to have this agreement executed for the amount of an upset limit of $240,000 to complete the engineering work and get this project going. If there's any questions, I will gladly answer.
Mayor Chop.
Thanks, Madam Chair. First question, Jason. Consulting bridge engineering services, the initial at the project initiation, what did that comprise of?
Through the chair to the mayor, the initial scope of work for this was to start the MEC EA process. So the environmental assessment process and a preliminary design, which is required in order to complete the EA process.
So I guess I struggle here a little bit. So Mr. Valley was involved during the project initiation. He then did the municipal class environmental assessment. Out of the municipal class environmental assessment, a recommendation would have been made by Mr. Valley to build this particular bridge, correct?
Just yes, through the chair to the mayor, just a quick point of clarification. This is not a project that Mr. Valley himself is retained on. It would be through the structural engineer employed by him. But yes, his EA work makes recommendations on, they'd actually looked at 15 different options and various design considerations, and ultimately through the EA process came up with a recommendation for a new 5-lane bridge.
Okay, so through the EA process, they look at a whole number of options. I doubt they looked at a 1-lane for that bridge, but let's say they looked at a 4-lane, they looked at a 5-lane, whatever the case may be, and Mr. Valley's firm made a recommendation that we should proceed with a 5-lane bridge, correct?
Through the chair to the mayor, that is correct, with the input from engineering staff and from public through the EA process.
Okay, can you see the conflict when the same engineering firm is also providing the design services for the big bridge that they recommended? Do you see a conflict there, or it's the same firm?
Through the chair to the mayor, I do not perceive a conflict in these processes when we have it as a fully public process. It would be no different than what we currently have ongoing with, say, Parsons and the Causeway, where when you're going through the EA process, you get to a point where a certain amount of preliminary engineering is done already, that in certain circumstances, it does make the most efficient moving forward plan to continue with the engineering work that's already been done.
That's fine, and we may have all kinds of examples of this having taken place, even in the not so distant past, but in years past, where it is the same engineer. But I think there is a conflict there, especially when the initial engineer that was involved in the project initiation suggests that those fees are going to be $160,000, and now you're coming to council asking for $400,000 and saying that's totally reasonable. Like, that wasn't off just by a little margin, that was off by a big margin. And then at the same time, you're suggesting that we're going to shift money from the construction cost, because the construction cost will be less. But at this point in time, it's only estimated costs of construction. And given the track record that I've also seen here, we could also see much higher construction costs, just like we're about to have a report again in closed session on the Long Point Causeway Bridge. So I guess my only point with this, there's not much we can do at this point in time, but I truly believe that there is a conflict there, not just in this case, but we have been talking about this since this council was elected in many cases, where you can't have the engineer recommending a particular bridge and then being the designer of that bridge. There's not an incentive there to come up with the best solution. There is an incentive to, unfortunately, to maximize your design service costs.
Sure, go ahead. Jason Godby, did you want to add?
Oh, sorry, I couldn't tell. Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to the mayor. Just as a point of clarification, the original award of the $160,000 was for the EA process. That was not to include the actual completion of the engineering design. The additional funds that are now being requested are for engineering design, not for EA completion. And I guess just for it's contained in the report, G. Douglas Valley Limited is our consulting engineer for all county structures at this point. And from that work history that we have with them, staff are confident in their abilities to complete this work, and at no point does anyone feel that there's anything suspicious or wrong with what is being proposed.
You want to respond to that?
Yeah, my apologies on the 160. I misheard than what you were saying to that, so that's a good correction. However, you know, again, it's not this particular bridge that I'm raising the issue, or just Mr. Valley. My concern is that we are consistently over budget in Public Works on project after project after project. From, you know, we're coming back every other week with a new budget amendment. Would you not agree? Jason,
Through
I
the
mean,
chair, to the mayor, I cannot disagree with you, maybe on the every other week point, but yes, it is more frequent than anyone would like to see, bringing these things forward. On that, the only thing I can say is we've got a very realistic quote. The numbers have been rerun, and staff and the engineers are confident that this project will be within budget. And I hope I don't have to eat those words.
okay, again, I want to step away from this particular project. So tonight we just heard a number of items come forward from our finance department again. I mean, we got a variance report for the first time in 20 years, and we're projecting a surplus. Receivables, you know, we know that we're not going to, if somebody says they're going to give us a donation, if we do a certain project, we know from now on, we've changed the policy that we need to actually see the money before we engage in the project, so we're not writing off those amounts that we don't receive. You know, procurement has now changed their policy to reduce that benchmark to be able to draw more bidders to the project. So my only comments with this, again, is not specifically related to this project, but we're seeing a lot of, I could add there as well, you know, the grant funding opportunities and grant match that finance department now is going to be looking at using. So it's one department that is ticking off boxes, water arrears, et cetera, that to me in Public Works, we have to start asking ourselves, why are we consistently, you know, under budget? We can't seem to estimate the true cost of our projects. And, you know, when we start looking at this situation, I will stand by. Again, it's not an issue with Mr. Valley. It's not an issue with this project. But I think that there is a problem when you have the same engineer on record that's doing all of the environmental assessments and being awarded the design work at the same time. There's not an incentive necessarily. I'm not saying in all cases, and some other places may do it that way, but I don't see that there is an incentive to save money, or if somebody's particularly comfortable with a particular style of bridge, to look outside the box. So again, it was just a point that I've just seen so many great ideas coming forward out of finance in just one council meeting. We've changed a lot, and it's just my observation in Public Works.
My apologies, Councillor Van Passen. I'm going to let Mr. Burgess speak to that, and then I will come back to you.
Yeah, I'll just, and Mr. Gabi can add to this. I would stress two things. One is the issue of the engineer doing the EA and then doing the design work is something that other municipalities have struggled with. In in smaller projects, the issue always becomes the inefficiency of bringing on a new engineer, so you can procure the EA process separately and then bid the project based upon the EA. Some people believe that the engineer who does the EA has an ingrained advantage. Other people don't believe that but there is an efficiency loss that some people would be acknowledging. So in some cases, for very large projects, you can see the separation of the two, and that's something we can take back. Secondly, I would say that this year, Public Works also did 2 value engineering assignments to recheck the work of the engineer. Using the term recheck's incorrect, to have a second look at the design to ensure that all the efficiencies that could be there could be considered, and that's something that I think we're going to go forward with a policy. But to do that, you have to have a project of a certain scale to make it efficient. So I think I agree with your comments, Mayor, and I think it's something that staff will continue to work with.
That's what I said. In other places, it's not that it doesn't ever happen places, but when we look at the size of a project, I mean, this is a bigger bridge in Norfolk County. This isn't one of our smaller projects, right? So that's just my point. Like, we've got a 5-lane bridge. To me, that's a bridge that should have been separated on the EA side and on the design side. But thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems I have some of the same concerns as the mayor. I read through the report, and I will quote, "Major rehabilitation is the cheapest and the best option, but not considered due to the potential loss of provincial funding." That would have cost $1.6 million, but that option was thrown off the table. And reconstruction is for the same purpose, use, capacity, or at the same location. And the traffic study said that the same bridge would handle it until 2041. They could have done the work for $2.4 million, but that design was thrown out as well. And this is just an observation, it seemed that the scoring mechanism was skewed a little bit for a 5-lane bridge because they needed to provide a turning lane. I don't know how many people turn off of a bridge, but I'm not an engineer. They did a Phase 2AA archaeological assessment. It's 107 pages long. This was a bridge that replaced a bridge that replaced a bridge that replaced a bridge that used to run over a rail line. There's not going to be one shovel full of dirt there. They're still original. So why do we have to do a Phase 2AA archaeological assessment, 107 pages long, to verify that there's nothing there because nothing there is original? I guess the point I was trying to bring up was maybe, now we are stuck in this because all the work has been done, the environmental assessments are done, and we have learned already you don't back out of them because that just delays it for a couple of years. But maybe before they did that work, they could have brought some of these options to council and say, look, here's for, 1.6 million, we can rehabilitate it, it's good for 20 years. For 2.4, we keep it at 4 lanes, or we go to 4 million, you get your 5 lanes and it's all done. Which direction you want us to take, because it's a different process for each of those. But no, now that the work is all done, we can't back up anymore. So what I'd be asking for maybe is a little consideration of a little bit more council input at that beginning stage rather than at the end where we are today. And again, we really have no choice but to, approve the staff request because we don't want to lose this project. We don't want it delayed for another 2 years. But I also don't want it to happen again.
Mayor Chapel.
I just wanted to expand on Councillor Van Passen's comments there as well. I mean, this is ultimately the same thing that happened with Bridge 45. The only difference between the 1 or the 2-lane bridge, it was mentioned 3 times in the entire report. And it was only mentioned in the context, it was 2 of the times were in the conclusion, in the actual body of the report where the options were being looked at. It was only mentioned 1 time. And all it said was that a 2-lane bridge would only, and I quote, cost marginally more than a 1-lane, and therefore the 2-lane was the recommended solution. Concerns around costs and how that is handled should come to council. That's not for an outside engineer to decide that based on a dollar value, it's for them to make that decision. Dollars and cents that, properly belong to the taxpayers are for the decisions of this council to make. And so that, to me, should not be forming part of that EA process decision.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would have to totally agree with the mayor's comments there. It seems like we often have these reports provided to us that involve basically rationale for spending that is council's job to do, not engineering firms.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, does anyone want to advance the recommendation on page 309? Councillor Rabbits, Councillor Taylor, all in favor? And that's carried. Okay, we did it. So we have no motions today, but we do have a notice of motion from Councillor Huffman. Do you want to speak to it or just go, you deal with it?
I'll just give a quick, sure, thank you. I'll just give a quick update. I was contacted by some constituents a couple weeks ago, and it was brought to my attention that we have a little bit of a loophole in our bylaw when it comes to our backyard chickens. Spoke to the clerk. Things are well underway. I just want to, that staff be directed to expedite the updated animal control bylaw. Apparently, we kind of forgot to say that the chickens had to be kept in an enclosed area. We had all kinds of other rules, but we forgot that they had to be enclosed in their coop, per se. So we have some areas where the chickens are running free and the neighbors are having issue with it. So there is a report coming forward. I believe it's sometime in December. Is that correct, Andy?
Yes, so hopefully we'll get it for the December 5th meeting.
Yeah, so, okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you. General announcements. Anyone have any general announcements to share? Councillor Huffman, Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention, I know it was in the paper this past week, but actually while I've been at council, I've been contacted again. The Greenwood Cemetery in Waterford has been, hit again by vandals with their vehicles, tearing up the green space there at the cemetery. So just want to bring that forward. If anyone knows anything, please let the OPP know, and to whomever is responsible for this. It is extremely disrespectful, and please stop and leave our cemetery alone.
Anyone else? Mr. Burgess?
Thank you, Chair. This is a little unorthodox, but because of timing, I need to bring it up at committee. It deals with Friday the 13th. Port Dover. Currently, our staff plans, and I wanted to run it by council to ensure that council's on side, or they can certainly provide staff direction on this. Currently, our plans are for washrooms to open our fixed washrooms, not to add any other washrooms. As you know, this council directed our communications team to communicate to the general public to discourage travel on Friday the 13th to Port Dover. The second item that staff are currently in their plan is to close off-street parking. So there's 3 locations in Dover that we'd be closing off for parking. The intent of that is to reduce areas where people can congregate. Now that we're in a yellow, it's 25 outdoors, how we're interpreting the rules from the province. And if there's less spaces for parking, people may have a shorter time spent in Port Dover. And 3, staff are going to engage, rent some signs for the day to place strategically to notify incoming residents about some COVID protocols going forward. We don't have a lot of other options to do anything else with that. With regards to, there's been lots of media and Facebook and inquiries with regards to the OPP being able to shut down roads coming in. That's not possible. What can happen is if the OPP determines that the number of people in Port Dover or in an area is unsafe, they can then look at doing a road closure at that point in time. But it would have to raise to the level of public safety. So our team has been, we had a meeting today to finalize the plans for the Friday the 13th. The OPP is upstaffed. There will be additional OPP resources there. Bylaw will focus their resources in Port Dover on Friday the 13th. And we were going to take these additional measures. Each one of those, there's 2 sides to the coin, and council may choose to direct us differently, but that I wanted to give council the information of what staff are planning currently, and if council wants to give staff different direction, we take it at this point in time. Thank you.
Anyone have any comments they'd like to add? Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Chair Martin. Just a question for Mr. Burgess. I heard that the numbers, I just heard this, I don't know, so this may not be fact, that the numbers were fairly high in Dover on the weekend with the nice weather. Was there anything that the OPP had to do in regards to the numbers this past weekend?
Through the chair, no, that's not something that they did. Not that I know of anyways. There was certainly no items no additional actions taken.
Mayor Chop?
Well, I think it's important for the public to understand, because we've all received, I'm sure you guys have as well, but several emails from people saying, you know, why aren't we blocking the roads and so on and so forth going into Dover for this weekend? So to make it very clear for the public, myself in my capacity as mayor does not have the authority to direct OPP. Council as a body of the whole does not have authority to direct OPP, nor does our police services board have the authority to direct OPP to do so. So we just had an EOC meeting. I think, can't remember when the last one was, Thursday? Last Thursday, and I raised it with Inspector Fashing at that point. You know, to say, what are we going to do? Are there going to be additional officers on standby, and so on and so forth? And so again, there is, you know, there doesn't seem to be a willingness to take additional measures, but I think, you know, Mr. Burgess mentioned today that they are bringing in additional officers for that day now. So I think there is sort of a heightened reality because of the nice weather of how this could actually take place. But again, regardless of whether we may wish to, you know, take a decision as council to block roads and so on, there's no point, because it's not actually within our authority to be able to do so.
Oh, sorry, just through the chair, in defense, the OPP also can only act within the boundaries of the law also, and they need a lawful reason to close a road down. And so, and they would rely on a public safety matter, and if that's when they would close the road down. So, you know, they will work within, you know, the rules and the laws that govern Ontario, and they'll work with us to ensure that if public safety is becoming an issue and it raises to that standard, then that's when we'll take a serious look at other activities we can undertake.
Councillor Taylor.
If Mayor Chop wants to respond to that, I saw the hand going up.
Well, just to come back on the policing side of things, in terms of public safety, I guess the challenge I have right now is our businesses have just had new restrictions imposed on them by moving to yellow, because we have greater than 10 cases per 100,000. So I believe it's just 33 in the past 2 weeks. The next level, orange, I think the trigger number is 40 cases per 100,000. So there's not a lot of leeway there. And when we look at the argument of public safety, I think even there are some people, I just was at the Esso station this morning grabbing a newspaper, and you know, I heard stories of frustration from some of the workers there at the gas station that were describing sort of the events to me on the weekend in the parking lot. So I think it's a little bit subjective in terms of what meets the definition of public safety, given that we're living in a pandemic right now with a million safety measures that have been imposed upon us. So to say that right off the get-go that, you know, these bikes streaming in wouldn't actually meet that definition by law, that's where I struggle a little bit. Especially when we look at other areas that have taken these measures as a result of unplanned events, when they had, you know, surprise car rallies and so on taking place. Yes, we don't organize this event, but and it's not planned, but at the same time, we are well aware, unlike those other situations, that this is about to happen. So I think we do need to be proactive for our residents. And again, regardless of, this is when, you know, CBC asked some questions today, you know, I think we all support around this table Friday the 13th and the business that it brings to Norfolk County. But if our businesses are subjected now to more restrictions post that one-day event, you know, that's what concerns me, is how we move forward with this. And the other piece in terms of closing down roads and operating within the law, you know, they close roads very often for Friday the 13th. So I don't know how, you know, this would be any different than previous years when we have given out residence passes and so on and allowing only those residents to come to town.
Thank you, and through you, where are the rented signs going to be placed? I think I may have missed that.
To be honest, Mr. Cridlin has left for the evening. He would tell me which ones. We're renting 4. We don't have sufficient signs, so they, to be honest with you, they're waiting for direction today, and they're going to rent them tomorrow. I can get Mr. Cridlin to send along where they're going to be placed.
I certainly hope it's not just at the outside of Dover. It's, entering the county. I'd be far more inclined to turn around if it was at Jenkins Road coming into town than at Highway 6. So hopefully
and we're, and we recognize the fact that you turn people around even inside the county, you may create an issue in Simcoe or some other place, but we think if we can disperse, it makes it a little easier. And a sign's only going to be so effective. If someone's driven 90 minutes to come here, I'm not sure a sign on the side of the road, but on the flip side, these are the only tools that we can think of that we can do, so we're just trying to exercise all the tools we can have.
I guess I would just provide my 2 cents, being the ward councillor. First, I'd like to thank staff and community members for being flexible with this, because I even struggled with it for about 72 hours there, and then you realize what we're talking about and what is at stake with the big picture. So even the diehard community goers and Friday the 13th attendees are understanding, and they respect the well-being of the community at large, and they're putting that ahead of the tradition and the festivities. So thanks to staff for coming up with these extra measures that are looking to public safety. And when there's even been some criticism about having washrooms and whatnot, and again, that's public safety and public health measures, because people are going to come, and if the washrooms aren't there, then they're still going to use the washroom. So thanks for staff for being as minimally prepared as we want to be, but also prepared enough to just host who comes our way. Are there any other general announcements? Mayor Chop?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to raise for council and for the public, I keep coming back to this particular Facebook group, and the reason I do is because it's certainly, they are putting out press releases, and I put that in quotations, one of which was reported in the Simcoe Reformer. I'm sure you all will recall how difficult it was to even receive a copy of our first CAO's contract. In fact, it took me, it was at least a month, if not longer, of repeated requests for a copy to be placed on the desk of all of the councillors before finally receiving it. And my view was, if council and the mayor can't have a copy of the CAO's contract, who possibly could have a copy of the CAO's contract? But how things have changed at this point in time, because exact wording and exact language from Mr. Burgess's contract was somehow leaked to a member of the concerned residents group that could have only come from a closed session report to council, as no FOI request was ever filed on the matter. So I just want to clarify for the public, because when you look at the stream of comments underneath, it suggested that I cracked a deal with Mr. Burgess and that I set the terms of the agreement, and that the only thing I've seen suggestions that, there was no hiring committee for Mr. Burgess. So yes, there was a hiring committee. The hiring committee was established as all of council. In terms of the vote, all of council voted unanimously to hire Mr. Burgess. I alone did not hire Mr. Burgess. The next item that is articulated is in terms of some others have suggested that I may have had approval to hire Mr. Burgess, but I improperly negotiated the terms. To be clear, to refute this ridiculous press release, I did not set the terms of Mr. Burgess's contract. All of council voted on and accepted the maximum terms. They gave me a salary band within which it was acceptable, and you all gave me severance terms which were acceptable. The severance terms, in fact, were a 2-year severance payout, is what the authority was from council, and I negotiated with Mr. Burgess and got him at 18 months. So it was actually less than the limits at which council had endorsed me to to negotiate the deal with him. So unless, if somebody around this table wants to contradict what I've just said, now would be the time to do so. Because again, I want to reiterate one more time for the concerned residents group and the rest of the public that may read that site. Hiring of Mr. Burgess was done by all of council. That was the hiring committee. The terms of Mr. Burgess's contract were set by all of council. Those terms were his salary and a 2-year severance package. I actually offered him a 1.5 years, and that was where we came to. And now some people may say that a 1.5 years is significant, or 2 years of what council had actually approved. The difference with Mr. Burgess was we also have to remember that he was leaving a job, which he was a partner in the firm, to take this position with Norfolk County. And so there had to be a certain element of security for him to be able to come here and do that position. And that was why council voted to support those terms of the deal. So, thanks.
Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you. Through you, as budget chair, it behooves me to inform the public that we do currently have public consultation regarding our upcoming rate budget. It's going to be on November the 24th. Staff have launched an engagement or a survey campaign in partnership with Simcoe Reformer. I think an article has actually just come out today. So we are looking for your feedback. And you can find that either by going through the Simcoe Reformer website or going through norfolkcounty.ca, living, roads, water, and wastewater. You'll find information about our recent rates study there. Also, our clerk's department will be receiving your correspondence right up until the 19th of November would be a deadline for you to get on public record if you want to issue us a letter or if you wanted to ask for a deputation, we'd be willing to receive those. That was the information that I wanted to provide this evening. Took me a little while to look it up. It was hard to find the link. Thank you.
I guess I would just close with a message to remind everyone about Remembrance Day tomorrow, and although a lot of public ceremonies aren't occurring, you can certainly still pay your respects and take this opportunity to thank the veterans and anyone who is paid a debt of service to our community and to our country. So with Mayor Chop.
Just add to that, Councillor Martin, maybe you could, the online ceremony, the sunset ceremony that Melissa Culver, I can't remember the time. Do you remember the time, Andy? And it's streamed online? It's the county that's doing it. I just can't remember offhand right now who's streaming it.
I believe it's 6:30 p.m. And it is a virtual sunset service to mark Remembrance Day. Norfolk War Memorial, I'm reading on the fly here, will be illuminating with names, ages, and pictures of the 406 people from Norfolk County who lost their lives in the First World War, Second World War, and war in Afghanistan. The service will be available both on the Heritage and Culture Facebook and YouTube pages from Norfolk County. Okay. I believe we're going into closed session now, so can I have a motion to go into closed session? We have several items. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Michelli, and all those in favor? Carried.
We're moving into closed session to discuss 4 matters. The first one is staff report PW 2056, contract execution, Long Point Bridge replacement. The next one is staff report CAO 2028, LPAT PL 190355, 6118 concession 14 Townsend. Next one is getting legal advice from the county solicitor on the deputation from Paul Murphy. And the final one is a verbal update from the CAO on personal matters relating to an identifiable individual, and these are pursuant to Section 239(2)(b), E, F, and K of the Municipal Act as the matter pertains to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including employees of the local municipality or board, litigation or potential litigation involving the municipality or local board, and a position plan or procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Okay, I need a motion, mover and a seconder that committee reconvene in open session, 10:45. Councillor Michele, Councillor Columbus, all in favor? Carried.
So for the first one, we have the first item, committee provided direction in relation to staff report PW 2056 and indicated that nothing further would be made public respecting this matter at this time. For the second one, I have a motion that staff report CAO 2029 respecting LPAT PL 190355 618 concession 14 Townsend be received as information, that the county solicitor be authorized to present the settlement to the local appeal tribunal in accordance with Appendix C, and that staff be directed to report back to council with a communication plan on November 17th. Is there a mover and seconder? Rabbitson. Okay. If all in favor.
Councillor Robertson, Councillor Huffman, Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Oh.
20-28.
Pardon, sorry.
Correction. Okay, all in favor? Carried.
The next one is that the county solicitor's update respecting the deputation of Paul Murphy be received as information.
Councillor Rabbits, Councillor Michele, all in favor? Carried.
And then that the deputation of Paul Murphy be received for information. The first one was the county solicitor's update.
Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Taylor, all in favor? Carried.
And then the last one before the adjournment, that the CAO update respecting personal matters about an identifiable individual be received as information and remain confidential.
Mover, Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor?
And then adjournment.
Carried. Adjournment. Mayor Chop, Councillor Rabbits, all in favor? We did. Yeah, we did. Okay, good night.